Thank you very much. And you get water. You get water there. Just wait till the door shuts. Okay. Well, good morning, everybody, and can extend on behalf of the Deputy Provost, officers and members a warm welcome to this very, very important meeting. It's probably the most important meeting in the calendar, especially for constituents and employees, because of the uncertainties that happened during the period leading up. First of all, could I make sure that your mobile phones are switched off? Thank you. And can members of the public hear me okay in the public gallery? Just put your hand up. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Provost, do you mean turn the sound down? Because I've got some written stuff on my phone that I need to get into. I don't have a laptop with me and I don't possess an iPad. Right, thanks.
Now, this is Wednesday. We have a fire test on a Thursday, so if the fire alarm goes off, then everyone may make their way to the exit over there. You'll be taken to a safe area. Thank you for that. Could I say at this point as well, is that we have a change in the leadership of the Labour group, and just like to welcome our new leader of the Labour group, which is Councillor Bissett, with his deputy Councillor Coombs. Could also say that we're well aware of the reasons for this, and we hope that Councillor Goldie's his health issues aren't going to be long. Okay, we'll take now to the Sederin. Thank you, Mr. Moody.
Yes, thank you, Provost. Provost Buchanan.
Present.
Deputy Provost Ritchie.
Present.
Councillor Aitchison. Councillor Alexander. Present. Councillor Balfour. Councillor Binney. Councillor Bissett. Present. Councillor Black. Councillor Blackwood. Councillor Bowes. Councillor Coleman. Councillor Colley. Councillor Coombs. Councillor Flynn. Councillor Garner. Councillor Goldie. Councillor Grant. Councillor Harris. Councillor Hughes. Councillor Kerr. Councillor McHugh. Councillor McCluckie. Councillor Meiklejohn. Councillor Monroe. Councillor Murtagh. Councillor Nicholl. Councillor Nimmo. Councillor Patrick. Councillor Reid. And Councillor Spears.
Thank you for that. That takes us on for the declaration of interest. For clarity, I'll read this out, and then we're going to bring Mr. Moody in just to highlight some of the issues contained. Members should declare any financial and non-financial interest they have in any item of business at the meeting, identifying the relevant agenda item and the nature of the interest. Would you like to come in, Mr. Moody, and just to clarify some issues?
Yes, thank you very much, Provost. It's just an opportunity to remind members of some of the exclusions that are contained within the Code of Conduct, particularly in relation to the budget meeting. So, in relation to the setting of the revenue budget, which is the first item we're about to continue, there is a general exclusion which says that if you would otherwise have had a financial interest in the budget, there is an exclusion which allows you to participate. And the key example of that would be, for instance, if you had a family member who worked for the council who might be impacted by one of the decisions that was to be taken. So you don't require to declare that interest and you don't require to withdraw. There is also a specific exclusion in relation to your membership of bodies to which you've been appointed by the council, and that particularly applies in relation to the Integration Joint Board and in relation to the board of Falkirk Community Trust. And both of those are covered by a specific exclusion in the code which allows you to participate in the meeting of the council today, which fixes the payments to both of those bodies. Now, it's a matter of public record as to who is a member of the Trust Board and who is a member of the Integration Joint Board, but nevertheless the code anticipates that each of the members of those bodies will simply declare that they are members of those bodies at the start of the meeting. But you are protected by the specific exclusion and you can participate in the meeting today. That's all I wish to say on that, Provost.
I'm just wondering about maybe the music outside getting a bit louder.
Yeah, Provost, it's
so I'm just wondering if there's maybe any of the colleagues could maybe go down and maybe ask them maybe to turn it down a bit. Just hold on a second. Okay then, thank you. That's it. Okay, we're going back to declaration of interest. You've heard what Mr Moody has said. Is there anybody want to declare an interest at this time, or if they have a query regarding any issue, you could ask for clarification just now?
Provost, I've like to ask clarification of Mr Moody. On a previous occasion, he advised me that having had worked for a person some 10 years ago but with no pecuniary interest, that I should declare interest. I have worked for First Bus some many years ago, but I still need to declare interest. No pecuniary interest.
No. The point of the general exclusion is for anyone who has a financial interest that would otherwise be declared, that doesn't need to be declared at today's meeting. And no, I don't think there's any interest needs to be declared from that.
Thanks, Provost. I obviously the Integrated Joint Board, which is fine, but also I'm not a member of the committee, of the Management Committee of Grangeworth CAB, but over the years I've been associated with them, and in the last 4 years I have not had really a close connection with them, but I attend some of their meetings as an observer. But it's just that I think for transparency that should be noted, but I don't have I'm not on the committee as a formal member. I came off that a few years ago.
Provost, I can't make anything out because of that noise. Can we wait till it's finished? We should turn it off.
Provost, just to, perhaps maybe we could just speak a little bit louder, and that might help people to hear. Just the Falkirk Community Trust and Integrated Joint Board.
For that, Councillor Colley.
I'm a member of the Integrated Joint Board.
Thank you. Councillor Coombs.
Member of the Falkirk Trust.
Fine, thank you. As I am.
I'm a member of Falkirk Community Trust, and I'm finding it difficult to hear as well, actually.
Okay.
And the proceedings should be heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we have sent an officer out, so... Councillor Blackwood.
Yeah, Provost, I attend Denny Cab as an observer. They're just always taking part in today's proceedings.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Flynn.
Yep, I'm a member of the Community Trust Board as well.
Thank you. I think it's appropriate to say at this time that we welcome back Councillor Flynn, who's had a serious illness, and welcome back, sir. Thank you. Any other declaration of interest? Okay. What we'll do now is I'm going to pass you on to Mr Moody again, and he's going to go through the process, the meeting, to try and simplify the issues for us. Thank you, Mr Moody.
Thank you, Provost. And I think anything that I will be saying now is really following on from what you're saying yourself at the meeting with the group leaders yesterday, which took place. And the first item on our agenda, Provost, is the consideration of the revenue budget. We've heard from Mr Smale. There will be an opportunity for the Leader of the Council to present the administration's budget to the Council, and thereafter an opportunity for the Leader of the Opposition, Councillor Bissett, to present any Labour amendment in the form of an alternative budget to Council. Now, so far as I understand, Provost, any such amendment hasn't been circulated, so I think you'd indicated yesterday that you would be minded to allow an adjournment at that stage to allow members to be able to consider the contents of any such amendment, and that seems to me, Provost, to be a sensible course of action. I think there is also the question of whether there would be a motion from an amendment, I should say, from the Conservative group, and it would really be a matter for Councillor Nicholl if he wanted to indicate at that stage before the amendment whether there was one and what the contents were. He's not obliged to do so in any way, and he can preserve his position until there is consideration of the Labour amendment.
Okay, quite clear with that then, just to try and simplify it. Okay, then that takes us to item 3 on your agenda this morning, the Revenue Budget 2020 and Medium-Term Financial Plan. The report by the Chief Executive and the Director of Corporate and Housing Services is pages 5 to 269, and I think Mr Smale will be doing the report.
Yes, thank you, Provost.
Thank you very much.
And good morning. The 1920 budget is clearly placed in the context of the 5-year medium-term financial plan, more of which is said later in the report, and the Council of the Future Major Transformation Programme. Supporting business plans for the 5-year period will be submitted to members in May. I think the content of the background section reflects that today's report is the outcome of a process, a range of work that has occurred over the past year or so. Following the course of recent years, the HRA Capital and Revenue Programme was decoupled and presented earlier to Council in January and consequently approved. Section 4.1 deals with the budget context and reflects the Council's priorities centred on people, place and partnership. It also captures the emergent locality planning and participatory budgetary initiatives, which are significant elements of the Council's direction of travel. It also reflects the somewhat unpromising economic climate that we're currently in and is not likely to significantly improve over the period of our medium-term financial planning. Section 4.2 picks up on the local government financial settlement. It tracks the position from the Scottish Government's budget announcement in mid-December through to the somewhat more benign position that's contained in the Cabinet Secretary's letter to Councils on the 31st of January, and that's contained at Appendix 1. Whilst the table at para 426 shows an increase in overall grant funding, in reality there is a reduction in core grant funding. The settlement, as in previous years, is couched in terms of a partnership between the Scottish Government and local government. It's interesting to note at para 423, where we can see the prospect of a changing fiscal landscape for councils, with the reference to tourist tax, the workplace parking levy, and of course the prospect of a replacement of the council tax system. Section 4.3 takes us to the budget gap for 1920, which is essentially the core part of the budget report. And in particular, the table at para 4.3.2 demonstrates how the budget gap is proposed to be bridged. You'll also see in the table in the following paragraph investment proposals set out by the administration. Section 4.4 deals with reserves. Members will be familiar with, at this stage, me waxing lyrical about the dangers of deploying reserves. This budget, as currently configured, doesn't have any proposals for using reserves to bridge the gap, albeit reserves are earmarked as a holding position pending savings from the Trust being identified and agreed in the coming months. The matter of public engagement on the budget is outlined in section 4.5. Members will know from previous reports that we adopted a somewhat different approach, and I think ultimately a more effective approach this year to engagement. And in addition to that channel of public engagement, broader public engagement, of course there's more specific engagement with community councils, parent councils, and of course our staff and trade unions. Section 4.6 sets out the comprehensive process for addressing the equality and poverty impact assessment and the twin elements contained therein of quality, equality and poverty, both of which have a statutory underpinning. Members will recall that the recent executive approved a refreshed poverty strategy, which is pertinent to the considerations in this section. Another change during the course of the year was the approval in October by the executive of a corporate charging and concessions policy. It was agreed that existing and new charges would be reviewed in line with policy as part of the budget process, and that's happened. So I think it's fair to say it's still a developing process, and that will be refined in the next round. Position for each service area in terms of how it sits relative to that new policy is set out in that section. In section 4.8, we turn to the summarised position for the service budgets. There's a narrative as I say, giving a summary for each service. The savings options pertinent to each of the services are set out in appendixes 5 and 6, with the administration's proposals clearly highlighted in green. The Falkirk Community Trust position, you'll recall the business plan was submitted and considered by Council in December. That's set out in section 4.9, and the table at the foot of that page, para 494, sets out the service payment proposed for the Trust for 1920. And picking up on my earlier comment with respect to reserves, you can see in the
Provost, I'm really sorry to interrupt, but
yeah.
I think this is extremely unfair on Mr Smale.
Yeah. Well, no, we're just talking. They've been sent down again.
And perhaps if they wish to come in and hear what was said, they could sit in the public gallery. But I do think it's quite distracting for members. I apologise, Mr Smale, for interrupting you, but I don't think members will be able to hear properly.
We're all the same. Right, okay. Okay, we'll take a 10-minute adjournment to see if we can get this matter sorted out. Thank you. The end here would deny the democratic rights of trade union members. Can we go back to Mr Smale, and apologies again as has been held through by the leader for the interruption, but it's now clear. And Mr Smale, if you'd like to come back in and just tell us where you're going to start again. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. I'll work on the fairly safe assumption members wouldn't like me to rewind the tape and start at the beginning. So I think I was in section 4.9 dealing with Falkirk Community Trust, and was making the point that members had previously considered back at their meeting in December the business plan submitted by the Trust. And I draw your attention to the bottom of page 26, para 494, the little table there that sets out the basis of the service payment proposed to the Trust for 1920, and draw out in the second line of that table the shortfall in savings target, which chimes with the comment I made when I was speaking about reserves, that still needs to be covered with savings identified, but in the interim, the Council's reserves will cover the position. Also, I would draw your attention in that section to paras 496 and 7, which again flow from the report submitted in December, where there was a request from the Trust to amend the funding agreement to deal with the borrowing limit contained therein. We've had ongoing discussions with the Trust and have agreed, given the partnership way forward and the potential for investment to form part of that way forward, it makes sense to consider that issue in that context. So the proposition is that that's, I think, sensibly put on hold for the moment, but will be dealt with in that more pertinent context. And also, just noting the last paragraph in that section 498, given the decision taken at that meeting in December to support the Trust's investment in the Marner Centre and the Stenhousemuir Gym, both of which are projected to be significant revenue generators, that the mechanics for progressing that contract in the most tax-efficient way would be for the Council as landowner and landlord to directly engage with the contractor. The other significant external party is the Integration Joint Board, and we deal with that in the subsequent section 410. I would particularly draw out that the IJB are benefiting from their share of the extra 160 million announced in the Scottish Government budget for integration joint boards. And I would also point out that the requirement in the settlement letter for computing the basis of the Council's contribution to the IJB has been complied with. Similar to the Trust, at 410.6 you can see a little table there summarising the basis of the proposed payment for 1920 to the IJB, a significant 65 million. The next section, 411, picks up on the matter of external funding. There's only a very few savings proposed from this source, and they're set out in that section. And we have the context of something in the order of 2.5 million continuing to be paid to a variety of external organisations. I think it is, however, pertinent to note, as we'll come across shortly in the subsequent section in the report, the projected gaps in the medium-term financial plan. And given that, it would be, I think, prudent for those external organisations to be alert to the financial pressures that the Council will continue to face, and by extension, they themselves would potentially be impacted at some point. The Council tax is at 412. Of course, the freeze that prevailed for a decade has now been lifted for several years, and we've been allowed added flexibility to increase the rate of council tax up to a new ceiling determined by the deemed rate of inflation, and that's 4.79. The table at 412.3 in that section sets out the yield available across the council tax range of increases from zero at the first line down to the ceiling 4.79 at the bottom. And you can see the 3% highlighted, reflecting the provisional decision that was taken by Council in December. The subsequent table in that section, 412.6, shows the impact across the bands of a 3% rise in council tax. We then turn in section 413 to the medium-term financial plan. Updated central projections have been worked out, and they're set out in the bar chart at paragraph 413.3. These will be supplemented in the manner that we've done previously with outlier projections, one on an optimistic basis and the other on a pessimistic basis, which gives a range within which we expect events to unfold. Of course, the estimating of these budget gaps relatively is the easier part of the equation. What we've got to do is find the wherewithal to address these gaps, and that's the much more challenging element. And how we might go about that is picked up in section 4.14 of the paper dealing with the 5-year business plan, which will come before members in May. I think if I can just read out just a couple of sentences in the very first paragraph in this section 4.14.1, it captures the essence of what this section's about. Based on the Council's strategic vision and priorities as set out in the Strategic Outcome Local Delivery Plan, SOLD, Corporate Plan and the MTFP, the Council will produce a 5-year business plan which will be submitted to the Executive in May of this year. The 5-year business plan is critical to the Council's transformation and will show the 5-year roadmap of the substantial savings to be achieved year on year to deliver the gaps in the MTFP and indeed the Council's priorities. You can see in the table at page 33, paragraph 4.15.5, the scale of the challenge. On the upside, at this point, a considerable number of savings options reflecting the work streams in the rows on the left-hand side of the table have been identified, but related to the size of the gaps in the medium-term financial plan, there's clearly still work to do, significant work to do. And part of redressing and dealing with that gap is the matter of resources to take the transformation agenda forward, and that links with the reference to the Change Fund at paragraph 4.14.7 in that section. Workforce at 4.15. The report sets out clearly that the savings options to balance 1920 do have workforce consequences, and indeed the table I've just referred to, looking forward for the subsequent 4 years, also clearly has staffing implications. Section 4.15 sets out how this will be managed going forward through workforce plans, which will include the important dimension of communication with our staff and trade unions. I think finally, Provost, that takes us to the conclusion. Essentially, you have options before you that will allow you to achieve the statutory requirement of a balanced budget. As we've heard, business plans will come before you in the very near future, reflecting the necessary agenda of transformational change. And the recommendations are set out in section 2 of the report. Provost, before I hand back to you, can I just very briefly extend my thanks to corporate colleagues across the Council who have played a significant part in pulling this document together. Most particularly, I'd like to thank my own team in finance, some of which are here today in the back benches, and in particular Danny, my deputy to my right, and Margaret Smith, who's also there, but my broader colleagues in finance, and indeed Rebecca and the PMO team, who now have played a significant part in pulling this together. And finally, can I also recognise the role played by members across the Chamber, many of whom we've had long engagement in getting to this point, and just to acknowledge the hard work over a prolonged period that you've invested in this exercise. Thank you, Provost.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Smale. I think all members here would echo the sentiments in terms of putting together this document and the support that officers have given to all members during this period. Thank you. I'm now going to hand over to the Leader of the Council, Councillor Meiklejohn.
Thank you, Provost. I would concur with the thanks, but I would also thank Mr Smale for leading a tremendous team within finance, along with Margaret, Danny, Rebecca, but also those within the individual services who had to work long hard through the night, often to answer all the questions that I certainly know that my colleagues have asked. The information, I think this year we have been far more probing in our finances than we have ever been, but quite rightly so with the deliberations that we have in front of us. I would also just like to say that with regard to the protest, I absolutely fully support the right to protest and understand that their wish to do so. However, it would have been helpful, I think, to them as well as to us if they were to perhaps have joined us in the public gallery to listen to the debate. And it's disappointing that they've not taken up that opportunity. And that way they are probably working on very much assumptions that across the chamber that are what's going to be said today. But that's where we are. In moving to what's before us today in our very, very important decisions around our budget and going forward, I have to say this has been the most challenging budget. This year was always billed as a difficult year, but we feel we've managed to produce a balanced budget and sought to limit the impact. I believe that service users will not see a significant change in services provided. Some may be provided in a different way or in a different place. Others they may find have been much improved, and that is more directly meeting their needs. It cannot be denied that the Scottish Block Grant has been reduced year on year by Westminster, coupled with a decade of Westminster austerity, has left families across Scotland worse off and placed enormous pressures on the Scottish budget, with the Block Grant for day-to-day expenditure decreasing, and over the next 2 years it's expected to decrease by a further 100 million. It's all within this backdrop of the continuing protracted period of financial uncertainty as we move towards the mess that is Brexit, which Scotland did not vote for and will significantly impact upon our economy by up to 11 billion a year by 2030, and there will be 80,000 fewer jobs. As a result of Brexit, whatever the outcome will be, the Scottish economy is expected to be hit significantly, with the Scottish GDP expected to fall by 7%. Falkirk District cited as one of the areas to be significantly impacted, with our workforce expected to fall by around 25%. While Westminster descends ever deeper into the chaos around Brexit, the Scottish Government will continue to protect our public services and invest in the economy and build a fairer Scotland. That's why we need to have a strong economic strategy to help create some stability, and that includes financial management of this Council. Under the circumstances, I believe that the 1920 budget delivers a fair financial settlement for local government by providing over 11 billion, which is a real terms increase of almost 300 million. The Scottish Government has reversed Scotland's reduction in resource grant of 1.3 million to provide local government with a real terms increase of 2%. Falkirk Council's allocation in cash terms has in fact increased by 1.8%. I have no doubt today we will hear calls that it's all the Scottish Government's fault and they should be providing more funding. Well, they have. They doubled investment in Fair Food Fund, supporting food banks from 1.5 million to 3.5 million. That, unfortunately, is a very unfortunate and sad indictment on the society in which we live in, but it's a fact. We've invested over 100 million to continue the mitigation of the bedroom tax and the UK's government's welfare cuts, with Falkirk Council's spend in this region of about 1.3 million direct funding to mitigate the impact of welfare reform. It's time to target where the real cuts are coming from, as more funding could be available for public services if the Scottish Government did not have to spend mitigating the impacts of austerity and welfare reform. The Labour Party in particular keep blaming the Scottish Government for not doing and funding more to eradicate poverty. War cry that we hear in this chamber often is that it's not a lifestyle choice. That's correct, but a political choice? Well, that is doubtful. You can only have a choice if you have options. It is only a choice if you have the economic and legislative levers to be able to effect the shift that is required, and the Scottish Parliament does not have those available to them. Only Scottish independence will be able to deliver that. We had anticipated a gap in November of 18 million, following the draft budget, and an unexpected additional cost of teachers' pensions as a result of the re-evaluation. Unfortunately, the gap rose to 22 million. Knowing, however, that there were still negotiations to take place within Scottish Government, I, along with my colleague SNP Council leaders, sought to meet very quickly with Scottish ministers, seeking greater flexibility and clarity around a number of areas, all of which finally appeared within the final amendment brought forward. As a result, our budget gap reduced to 17.5 million, still a big figure and a challenge to fill. There has been a significant amount of work then done by officers to ensure that there's enough options to enable members to have choices, and that's where we are today. It's very much an easy option to seek to blame other spheres of government, to do political posturing and produce populist proposals, but it does not take away from the fact that collectively we are charged with managing the finances of Falkirk Council, and in the main we all want the same things, and that should bring us all together to work collectively to deliver a budget for the people of Falkirk. It does, however, require an acceptance of collective responsibility and maturity to do that. As an administration, I believe we have produced a fair and balanced budget that has shared the savings across the services, and as a result there will be little or no impact to those who use services, and sets out a trajectory that will allow us to plan for meeting our future financial obligations based on the best information available to us. In looking to the future, we know that in order to retain the broad range of services we deliver, including those that are non-statutory and provide added value to the well-being of our communities, we cannot continue to keep top-slicing them, as that will inevitably lead to loss of service. Therefore, we need to look at providing alternative ways of being able to access services, self-service where possible, modernising services, making them more accessible and fit for purpose, increasing resources available to those who are most vulnerable of our citizens. This year is a transitional year, with the adoption of the medium-term financial plan approach that should enable us to meet our future anticipated budget gap. This is supported by service business cases, which are being put together and will come forward in May. This year, Council of the Future Transformational Programme has delivered £5 million towards this year's budget gap, and that was supported with an investment of around £700,000 from last year's proposed budget. This year, it is proposed to invest £1 million to support a transformational modernisation programme, and in doing so, it is estimated that will produce £9 million of efficiencies to help meet the budget gap of 2021. We do, however, have to remember that not all projects come through a transformational programme are based on producing savings. Much is about modernisation and improvement. In this year's budget, the Finance Minister, following calls from all parties to give local authorities greater flexibility and empowering local authorities with additional tax-raising powers. I can, however, confirm that we will not be proposing to take forward and implement a workplace parking levy. That should, however, not stop other authorities from choosing to do what's best for them, and I am very aware that colleagues in both Edinburgh and Glasgow, where parking within city centres is very pressured, and trying to promote the green agenda, and indeed will look to reduce the congestion by taking that forward. Falkirk is the third highest tourist destination in mainland Scotland right now, and it's a key strategy of our economic growth strategy. It would therefore be wrong at this time to consider the introduction of the transient visitor tax, as we are seeking to build on that position and encourage people to come and visit and stay longer within Falkirk. In order to minimise the impact of the council tax rise, particularly on our hard-pressed working families, who are currently the section of society who are hit the most with the austerity agenda, we will limit the council tax rise to 3%, which is equivalent of £34 per year on a Band D property. With much of our properties being at lower levels, this should have a very minimal impact on those in the lowest income bracket. And moving to some of the other proposals that have been put forward, there was much anxiety with regard to the savings targets that were set in order to meet a predicted budget gap. Traditionally, for many years, we have seen education and social care being historically protected, having been asked to take lesser share of the savings. This year was no different, and we are not at the conclusion. We're no different, and as we're not at the conclusion of the process, I hope this is now being clearly demonstrated. With only 1.8% of the Children's Services budget of £193 million having been taken as a saving. Similarly, 2.6% of the £65 million from social care, with other services such as development services taking a much larger share of the savings, being 11.3%, and corporate and housing, who have also had to take a bigger hit in order to balance the budget. During many discussions with parents and teachers, I did, however, make the commitment that as part of the Scottish Government budget negotiations, if additional funding was made available, education and social care would be prioritised, and therefore that has been reflected in our budget today. The engagement process this year has been much the same as it has in every year, but in response to feedback from previous years, we have started at a much earlier stage, particularly with education, as there is a demand to have greater input. During the process, I have, along with my colleagues, spoken with many head teachers, parents and family supports. It's clear, particularly that head teachers understand the pressures on the Council's finance and that there is limited capacity to make savings within education. They are, however, supportive of the transformation agenda and recognise that there is a need for education to be part of this process. But the savings may not be huge, but will contribute to meeting the budget gap. But more importantly, we will improve the outcomes for our young folks by enabling better access to higher and further education or the employment market. Head teachers have told us they are up for this, but need time to plan and design. However, current timescales to deliver were considered to be unachievable, and their views were taken on board. The outcome being head teachers produced a set of proposals which meant 60% of the target. These were brought forward to members for consideration as part of the budget process, and during our deliberations we sought to take those contributions which had the least impact on learning and teaching and did not impact on the pupil-teacher ratio. As part of the modernisation agenda, the reduction from 33 to 32 period week by removing student registration, which is already done electronically in every class, and a redesign of how pastoral care will be provided, taking into account that as a result of the Scottish Government's funding, that every school will have a mental health counsellor. There will be no job losses, as any changes to teaching staff will be accommodated as a result of the normal staff turnover, which is approximately 150 teachers per year. Similarly, the removal of primary teachers from nursery, which many other local authorities have already done, will be absorbed naturally back into the schools, with additional funding being made available from the Scottish Government to provide early years specialists to help deliver the teaching and learning, enabling us to make the best use of our professional staff across the board. We have listened to what has been said by the teachers, and therefore we are going to invest £200,000 in providing support for learning assistants. This will be provided an additional 14 full-time equivalent posts to be used to support primary schools with supervision of pupils at break and at lunchtimes, and as transported children arrive and depart from school. Children's Services will incorporate this within the new supervision standard that will be developed for use across the primary school estate. Historically, for a number of years, we have been accumulating an overspend within Children's Services and social work. This is predominantly as a result of high-cost care packages for looked after and accommodated children, in the main as a result of high out-of-area placements and foster care agency costs. Council of Future Transformation Programme Closer to Home has been developed, where we can provide care and support to young people and their families as close to home as possible, maintaining family and peer relationships which will affect a better outcome and shorter periods of intervention, as well as a whole family approach. This has been supported by investment from the Change Fund in order to support the transition, which is anticipated to bring in significant savings as well as better outcomes for the young people and their families. This will, however, take time to flow through, and one of the key areas that has sustained an overspend in children's services historically. In recognition that this will take time, and while other areas of the Council have had an inflationary increase stripped out due to the nature of this provision, and in this area we will continue to increase in additional resources are not levered in. This will continue to increase if additional resources are not levered in. We have therefore added a contribution of £500,000 into this area to cover the cost of inflation for this particular sector. It's been allocated towards the children and families in order to try and mitigate the increasing overspend. Development services have taken the highest proportion of savings, with 11.3% of the budget being taken. It is noted that the additional investment of the £500,000 in roads put in last year's budget has been mainstreamed for this year. There are a number of changes around our waste recycling centres to make them more cost-effective, and the provision of 10 free tipping tickets for van users and additional resources to support our litter strategy that will be helpful in providing equipment and empower our communities and encourage the civic pride that we wish to foster. As previously said, in order to prioritise education and social care, some difficult decisions have had to be made. One of those areas was the flower beds and the nursery. The nursery needs significant investment to bring it up to standard. This is an ideal area where we can work with our communities and build on their example of what's happened in Falkirk High Street. What is clear is while we continue to provide, there is little impetus for communities to take on responsibilities. Therefore, it is proposed as part of our growing strategy and community empowerment agenda that we look to hand over to the community to manage and maintain the flower beds and provision of hanging baskets, and that the site at Kinneil be considered for a community asset transfer or an ideal situation to develop a social enterprise in partnership with the community. Falkirk Community Trust produced a draft business case which was accepted at Council in December. It's been recognised that the services that the Trust provides meets a number of the Council's corporate objectives and role within education, health and well-being, as well as supporting elements of our economic strategy around culture and tourism. There has been success by the Trust where they have invested in facilities. Their income has increased. There are a number of investment projects that have now been identified that will potentially increase the income and make the Trust more self-sustaining, and the Council has been asked to temper savings from them in order to give time for that to be established. Therefore, the Trust will receive a service payment of £10.8 million. This includes a shortfall of £874,000 that was agreed between the Trust and the Council, and they would work together to meet that shortfall over the year, and that is being dealt with through the Strategic Property Register. There is also a capital injection to the Trust in order to be able to assist with the investment. In December, the Integrated Joint Board was presented a business case to meet their savings target. It was acknowledged at the time that it would be very challenging to deliver but achievable. The direction of travel was not dependent on finance, as the service change was essential in order to deliver better outcomes for service users. Timescale and pace of change were the risks to the delivery. This has therefore been reflected in this year's budget, with a reduced level of savings asked from the IJB, enabling the investment in developing our services and staff, for example, the internal home care service. In addition, to help progress integration, the IJB will receive a share of the Scottish Government's additional funding of £160 million for transformation. Fees and charges have had a modest increase, in some cases bringing us into line with our peer authorities, and others increased in line with inflation. Having earlier in the year agreed a concessions policy which was designed to protect our most vulnerable and low incomes, this is the first implementation of it. In order to measure its effectiveness and ensure that it is applied across Council services consistently, I would recommend that we have a report back to Council in September on its implementation, with a view to a fully developed concessions programme for 2021. In relation to our workforce, we know that it's anticipated that the Council will be 25% leaner in the next 5 years, and that means we will have to reduce. However, it is acknowledged that while there may be areas of the Council that are reducing as part of our modernisation and transformation, there are areas of the Council where our workforce is growing, such as early years and education. The majority of the changes this year are within children's services, therefore limiting the impact in the budget on our workforce, with a commitment from the administration to no compulsory redundancies, and that will be met through voluntary measures. Just to highlight that the proposals that have come forward reduce our workforce by 130, but that is mitigated with other areas of our workforce increasing, with 90 expected to be recruited from within early years and education, leaving a net balance of around 40 posts, some of which will already have been deleted, and that is minimising the impact as we go forward. In looking to our reserve, it is noted in section 4 of the report that there has already been a call on reserves. Short-term allocation to the Trust, along with the potential £1 million for increased costs for school transport, among others, bring the reserves level down to £7.7 million, with the floor of our strategy sitting at 6.6. With the financial uncertainty that Brexit brings, particularly following the 29th of March, there is a need, due to our strategic location, the biggest exporting port in Scotland and the petrochemicals industry, that we may require to be fleet of foot and have some financial flexibility in order to react to circumstances that arise. Therefore, it would not be prudent at this time to use any further reserves other than those that have been earmarked to enable us to have that flexibility. I am therefore looking to move the motion, which officers have a copy of and will be distributed, and that agrees to a balanced budget, closing the revised budget gap of £17.5 million through the means set out in paragraph 4.3.2, with the savings further identified in 4.8, onwards to Appendix 5. Notes the range of savings options not taken forward in the administration budget, in particular priority given to children's services and the selection of savings restricted to 1.8% of the service budget, and the balance of £500,000 provision made for inflationary pressures. Notes the additional investment proposal of £1.8 million at 4.3.3, particularly for the 200,000 for the SFLAs and the 500,000 retention for roads maintenance and 40,000 for the holiday food programmes, as recommended by the Executive when approving our poverty strategy. Notes the flexibility to raise the council tax up to 4.79%, but agrees to set Band D council tax at £1,169, representing an increase of 3%. Agrees to a service payment of 10.793 to Falkirk Community Trust and the business plan incorporating the savings proposed by the Trust, noting the payment reflected and significant level of the Trust's savings target has been covered by the Council to allow the Trust and the Council jointly to identify the shortfall of the options for 1920. Notes the flexibility given to local authorities to vary the payment to integration joint boards, but to recognise the priority the administration gives to social care to increase the payment to the IJB to £65 million, representing £955,000 more from the Council to meet the growing demand, and in addition to the £3.37 million from the additional Scottish funding, Scottish Government, and agrees the business cases, while noting that will be for the IJB to determine how best to implement the more limited savings now required. Agree the fees and charges as set out in Appendix 7, and it's recognised that a new concessions policy has been applied for the first time. Therefore, it is requested that a report be brought back to Council in September on its implementation, with proposals fully developed concessions for 2021. Agree the remaining recommendations 5 to 8. In doing so, note the commitment to making the workforce reductions by voluntary methods. In addition, recognise that while areas of the Council's workforce are reducing as a result of modernisation and transformation in services, other areas, particularly early years, are increasing, and the net impact on jobs is 40 full-time equivalents. And B, in addition to noting the 5-year business plan will be presented to members in May, agrees that in order to enable the Council to continue to deliver a broad range of quality of service to all our citizens and meet our anticipated budget gap over the next 5 years, the most effective way of managing that is through transformation and development of the business case. And finally, I commend this fair and balanced budget to Council. Fair and balanced, not just financially, but balanced across the services. It's a budget that focuses on people, maintains services, creates jobs, seeks to mitigate the impact of poverty and lays a roadmap for future financial stability.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Councillor Garner, you want to second? You can second, then reserve the right to come back in if you want when the debate gets...
I'm going to talk to it if that's
okay.
Okay,
that's fine. Carry on.
I should be allowed back in the debate at some stage, I imagine. Thank you, Provost. Firstly, let me also welcome the new leadership of the Labour Group and thank them for a very convenient meeting with the Council Leader and myself just last week. Please forgive me if I get your names confused, as there has now been several changes in the short time I've been elected member. This meeting was quite a welcome change from the previous Labour leadership and one which, after today, we hope can continue for the betterment of Falkirk. Talking to our budget proposals, I'd like to highlight where we are and guarantee everyone that we left no stone unturned to produce what we believe to be the best budget possible, given the financial constraints we find ourselves in, directly due to the cuts coming from Westminster to our country, Scotland. Within our budget, as Cecil alluded to, you will find a sum directed towards transformation. This policy, Council of the Future, was, I believe, one of Labour-led administration's policies. I fully support this funding, given the success last year of the use of £750k invested to the medium-term financial plan, which resulted in a return of £5 million. We've agreed to keep the charge of £20 for special uplifts with service improvements, which will see us now collect from households windows, doors, bathroom suites, radiators, vehicle parts, tyres, gas cylinders and kitchen units. Pretty much everything two workers can safely lift. Out of the 28 councils who do charge, we will continue to charge less than 22 of these councils. This is a saving Labour actually implemented a few years back and then performed a U-turn. This is a large saving of £300k, and if Labour had stuck to their guns, the council would be around £900k better off now. Decisions like this and others which are perceived as hard decisions have for too long been ignored and other services have been made to suffer. Last year, the current administration agreed that an additional £500,000 of revenue funding would be allocated for roads maintenance purposes. This additional funding was allocated to address the high number of potholes and road defects. These additional funds allowed roads to undertake substantial planned maintenance repairs to the network by virtue of undertaking larger panel patching type repairs. These additional funds were welcome and made an impact to the road network, especially in our rural and unclassified road network, which would have received very little attention otherwise. Our road network is one of the administration's high priorities, and we will once again propose to invest at the exact same level as last year. This will enable the continued proactive rather than reactive work, which is beginning to yield results. A well-maintained road network is critical to the economic well-being of our area and the safety of our road users. Both littering and fly tipping are a blight in our country and area. We are under no illusion this will be a hard thing to address, but looking towards that and listening to the public and community organisations, we have decided to ring-fence £20,000 for litter equipment. This was done after meeting with local litter pick teams who are currently doing a tremendous amount of work around their communities. These funds will provide much-needed equipment for empowering the community. Additionally, this will provide much-needed enhancements to our CCTVs, which are currently being used to good effect around some of our fly-tipping hotspots. To further support this, we have very recently appointed a waste strategy coordinator, who as part of their duty will work closely with communities groups such as Catka, Hall Glen, Glitter Grangemouth, CGI and Bonnybridge Community Council, who among others are doing an amazing job, which I'm sure we are all very grateful of. Provost, I could predict some Labour amendments, and yet again it will be showboating, no vision towards transformation and refusing to make tough decisions. There is no doubt in my mind that this budget process has been an extremely difficult task, which has galvanised our team. We are stronger together, which has come about through hard work and endeavour, none more so than the Council Leader, Cecil Meiklejohn. I'd like to thank them all and Falkirk Council officers who have assisted us professionally throughout this very trying process. Provost, I have no hesitation in setting this SNP-led administration budget.
Thank you for that. I'm going to, as we stated at the beginning, Mr Moody outlined the process we follow. I'm going to go now to the Councillor Bissett, who is the leader of the Labour Group, the main opposition party. Councillor Bissett.
Provost, I've entitled this budget speech Austerity, Political Choice, Not Political Necessity. Provost, I'll begin by thanking my Labour colleagues for their contribution to developing Labour's amendment to the SNP budget. I want to pay special thanks to the finance team that assisted us in this process, particularly Brian Smale and Danny Kearney. These two officers were completely professional throughout our deliberations. Thanks must also go to our Chief Executive Kenneth Laurie, Rona Geisler, Robert Naylor, Stuart Ritchie and their officers who diligently and professionally assisted our deliberations. Provost, the SNP are failing Falkirk. The SNP are failing Falkirk by taking Tory cuts and quadrupling them. For example, a 1.8% cut from Westminster is quadrupled by the SNP to 7.2% for councils. This is a political choice to harm local government and the most vulnerable. It is not a political necessity. Over the last 10 years, the SNP have cut £150 million from Falkirk Council, with another £58 million anticipated over the next 4 years. Had the cut from Westminster not been quadrupled by the SNP, had they just passed on the Westminster cut, we would be in a position of having to make very few cuts, as we have had an extra £15 million this year. So whilst the SNP blame Westminster for failing councils, the SNP are complicit in these cuts. Provost, Falkirk Labour finds the position of having to take part in the SNP cuts quite abhorrent, and I do not want the citizens of Falkirk to think Labour are complicit in these cuts. We are not. Our amendment goes against the SNP cuts budget. Let's be clear, these cuts are the SNP administration's cuts, not Falkirk Labour's cuts. To highlight how bad things are becoming, I'm going to read out a letter I received from a young lady who is a service user. Dear Robert, when I heard that the adult literary service could be closing, I felt unhappy. I've been coming for years to help me with literacy and numeracy because I want to get a job at the end of the day, and if my literacy and numeracy don't improve, I won't get the job I would like. If I did it at home, I wouldn't know where to start. I need someone to show me how to improve. Since I've been coming, I have learned how to use a dictionary, to look up how to spell words quickly, to use capitals and full stops, to read things and to understand what they mean. I have learned how to do percentages and to work out how much is off the price. If the service closes, I'm not sure if there's anywhere else to go. It's important to me to get a job because I would be proud of myself and I would make sure I did a really good job. Please don't close the community centres. Now, I know that service isn't closing, but the point I'm making is we're getting to the stage where people that are vulnerable are being affected. So what kind of society have we... Leave it respect, if you don't mind, eh? I was quiet when you were talking.
Councillor Bissett, I'll deal with it. Thank you very much. Carry on.
What kind of society have we become where our most vulnerable citizens are left worried and anxious about losing their support? And that applies to a lot of services across the council, but the most vulnerable are being affected. I visited the young lady in her carer and assured her that Falkirk Labour would not support cutting the adult literary service, but could not guarantee other parties would not take this step. Provost, Falkirk Labour are a responsible opposition and have a duty to engage in this budget process to fight for the citizens of Falkirk. We have done what we can to try and mitigate the effects of the SNP cuts to councils. We are trying to get towards a no cuts to jobs and services budget and have come as close as we possibly can given the resources we have at our disposal. It's quite clear cuts to councils mean cuts to services, jobs and communities. Falkirk Labour most certainly does not support that. We have also been a responsible opposition by not taking anything from reserves, as anything taken from reserves is added to next year's gap. Well, that's what Brian continually told me. And yes, unfortunately, there will be more SNP cuts next year. Provost, touching on the latest grant settlement from the Scottish Government, if your boss says he's cutting your wage by £100, then a few months later says it will only be £40, do you thank him? No, you don't. That is exactly what it's like for local councils. Rather than a £21 million cut to the council's grant is going to be 17.2. Last year, Councillor Nico John astonishingly wanted council to write and thank Derek Mackay for his cuts. Unsurprisingly, Falkirk Labour and the trade unions fought the cuts rather than thanked the SNP for them. Earlier this morning, we stood in solidarity with unions and protesters opposed to the SNP Tory cuts. It's worth repeating that the cuts of £17.2 million highlighted in this amendment are a result of Tory and SNP failed austerity. If the Tories support the SNP in their budget, even by just sitting on their hands, then they are just as complicit and just as guilty of imposing these cuts to jobs and services that impact on the most vulnerable. Rest assured, Falkirk Labour will ensure the public is made aware of this. Provost, this unnecessary political choice of quadrupling cuts to councils taken by the SNP has two political motivations. Removing funding from Scotland's councils, £1 billion over the last 10 years, ring-fencing it for the pet projects, is then spun as the SNP being great benefactors of the people. In fact, by cutting £1 billion from local councils, they have affected the most vulnerable citizens in our societies, the citizens they say they stand up for. That's why I say the SNP are failing Falkirk. Provost, the SNP realise that they can affect the greatest number of people in Scotland through cuts to councils. And then when councils struggle to provide services, they will say the reason this is happening is a result of Tory austerity, when clearly it's a result of Tory SNP austerity. I always thought Holyrood was meant to be a bulwark against Tory austerity, not a conveyor belt for Tory austerity. And before the SNP tell me that councils are fairly funded, fairly being a subjective word, after all, who can define fairly? COSLA, SPICE, the Fraser of Allender Institute and council leaders across Scotland all agree these cuts are both real and disastrous for councils. The SPICE analysis on the Scottish budget shows that the resources allocated to the Scottish Government for day-to-day expenditure increased in cash terms by 2.4% in 2018-19 and 3.6% in 2019-20. Applying this increase on a straight basis would have increased Falkirk's grant by £2 million in 2018-19 and £15 million in 1920. The SNP failed Falkirk by not standing up to the quadruple cuts that the SNP at Holyrood imposed, with the subsequent impact on services and jobs. Falkirk Labour reluctantly decided that in order to try to mitigate SNP Tory austerity, we will raise council tax by 4.5%. This is 1.5% above the 3% increase proposed. This will raise almost £1 million in revenue. I will say again, we've had to raise council tax as a direct result of the ongoing SNP austerity. The annual effect of increasing council tax to 4.5% from 3% to raise £1 million for Band A is £11.33 per year, or 3.1 pence per day. And for Band H, it's £41.06, or 11 pence per day. This revenue raise will be used to protect jobs and services and to make investments of £355,000, which I will discuss later. Falkirk Labour's amendment will protect the school's budget by saving £1.4 million, protect crematorium and burial fees and charges from increase, protect bus subsidies, leave children with their fruit juice and milk at break time. I think you've out Thatcher there. Protect and invest in music tuition, protect employment opportunities for young people, protect waste recycling centre opening hours, saving 10 jobs, protect special uplift arrangements, protect street cleansing, protect and expand the community safety team. There's already 5 jobs and we would create an extra 4. Protect the Bowness Community Bus Grant. It's a great service being provided by the Bowness Community Bus team. Protect flower bedding and baskets provision, ensuring a more pleasing environment, which we all know is conducive to good health and well-being. Protect grounds maintenance and nursery provisions. And given that Falkirk Labour believe that education is a top priority, and given that we value education and want to protect and educate the children of the next generation properly, and given that we also agree with the parents on the Save Our Schools Facebook campaign, I can say that in Falkirk Labour's amendment there will be no cuts to schools. This will be achieved by no reprovisioning of the school registration process, no adjusting demographic growth provision, no redesigning of teacher support and nursery classes, no removal of discretionary support provided for schools. The administration's budget proposals will cut 131 jobs, although the people working part-time, this figure is closer to 150 people affected. Falkirk Labour's proposals will save 85 jobs. The remaining 46 jobs are either current vacancies that will be... Provost, I wonder if you could tell them to stop the whispering. Thank you, Provost. Falkirk Labour's proposal will save 85 jobs. The remaining 46 jobs are either current vacancies that will be deleted, employees taking voluntary severance or natural turnover. We would obviously like to see the Council employing more people and providing more services, but given the SNP Tory austerity limitations imposed on us, this is as close as we can get to protecting jobs. Touching on IGB, our Health and Social Care Partnership has seen significant changes over the last 2 years, and will see more as integration develops and leads to new opportunities. It is important that the IGB is given time to bed in and establish the localities that will deliver better outcomes for our communities. That is why we have agreed with the figure of 1.7 million. The officers have spoken at length about how they are planning to transform service delivery, so more people are looked after at home for longer, and those who need support and care are given that care quickly and in a way that maximises independence. The officers are clear that what they propose is a direction of travel, as we are behind some of the other councils with regard to some of the measures and stats. But the proposals that have been presented to us are all about smarter working, which will in itself bring efficiencies. We have an excellent workforce led by the very able Patricia Cassidy, who are up for the challenge. Provost, I'll just speak a wee bit about our investment proposals. Falkirk Labour will invest $355,000 in the following 3 projects. Community wardens. In order to better serve our communities with regards to littering, fly tipping and antisocial behaviour, we will not reduce community wardens by 5. Instead, we will expand the service by employing an additional 4 wardens at a cost of $130,000. These wardens can also be utilised as traffic wardens in the wider community to ensure better public safety on our roads. This will also increase revenue through the collection of parking fines from those who choose to park illegally, particularly around schools. Employment Training Unit. We will invest $150,000 in a project that will support an inclusive approach to tackling disadvantage and poverty by helping people with disabilities and workless parents move into work, and build on the Council's track record of employing modern apprentices. It is recommended that this is achieved by Council services providing supported employment opportunities and new routes into Council employment. And given the ETU's track record of obtaining funding, the figure of $150,000 could rise significantly. Music tuition. Falkirk Labour has listened with concern to what parents have to say. We do not want to see children's opportunities to learn to play an instrument compromised in any way. Having an interest in music and learning to play an instrument increases concentration, boosts self-confidence and gives a skill for life. Keeping 2 posts is vital. If we lose them, they will never return. Falkirk Labour will go further by investing a further $75,000 to help encourage more children to take up an instrument. Provost, in summary, I want to be clear. Falkirk Labour's amendment is an amendment protecting the most vulnerable in our communities. It puts compassion and equality at the heart of Falkirk Labour's principles. For other parties to fail to vote for it will show a lack of these qualities. Finally, I want to make it clear that these cuts are not Falkirk Labour's cuts. These cuts are SNP Tory cuts, the greater cut coming from the SNP at Holyrood. You will see from our amendment, Falkirk Labour are also seeking support for a joint party working group to challenge these austerity measures. I hope with your support, as the people of, I hope you will support it, as the people of Falkirk have had enough of draconian cuts to their council. I'll just read out our amendment, Provost. Point 1, agrees a balanced budget, closing the gap identified.
Excuse me, I think it would be more beneficial then if your amendment was passed round, everybody had a copy of it.
My apologies.
No, we could do that, and then obviously we'll need to take a break so that everybody can have a look, because obviously you give us a lot of information there. So. As there's a lot of information contained within the amendment, this is the first time we've seen it. Would members like an adjournment to ensure? Okay, perfect.
Provost, could I first of all ask, has the amendment been seconded?
Everybody would like an adjournment, say, because there's a lot of information there and there's a lot of information contained. So we say 30 minutes. Would that be enough?
Provost.
Okay. Are we going to second? We obviously. Hold on a second.
I'll formally move the motion.
And you're going to come in there, Councillor Coombs. We reserve the right to come in the debate. Thank you.
You're saving my sore throat by talking for
indeed. Thank you. Okay.
Provost. May I speak? I'd like to formally apologise for my outburst. It's no secret within my colleagues in the group that the political banter annoys me and I find a bit counterproductive, and I'm afraid an example which was inaccurate and irrelevant at the beginning of the speech just pushed me over the top, so I apologise, and I look forward to examining this very detailed alternative budget. I'm particularly keen to see how the council tax expands to cover all the areas you mentioned. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that, Councillor Coleman, and everybody's entitled to their opinion, and that's what life's about. Okay, we'll have an adjournment. It's coming up for 11. We'll be back here in half an hour. Thank you. We'll now reconvene the meeting, and just to let us know where we are, we had a motion moved and seconded by the administration regarding the agenda in front of you. We had then an amendment moved and seconded to the motion by the Labour group. There was a recess to give the administration an opportunity to look at that, and we'll go right away to the Leader of the Council to give us any views in relation to the discussions you've just had. Thank you. And also the Conservatives had a look at that amendment as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. I'm a bit disappointed in what's come forward, particularly for such a socialist party as the Labour group, and some of the proposals, and the lack of vision and the lack of financial maturity, and recognising where councils are right now, and that it's all well and good to be highlighting the national picture, but you're also, you can cherry pick from all sorts of papers and that, and massage figures to whatever. And the figures that Councillor Bissett quoted from Spice, had he looked into that further, he would have realised that these figures didn't, at that time, included police and fire, which were responsibilities of local authority that are no longer responsibilities, and therefore the funding doesn't come to us. And what it doesn't include is the additional funding that comes for the Integrated Joint Board and education. So, in the round, these big figures can get quoted, but they're inaccurate to where we actually are. And I think we have to be careful about doing that, because that can be very misleading. Having looked closely at the budget, and obviously they don't see the need or understand transformation and modernisation, and the need to do that, and that we can't continue to salami slice if we continue doing what we've done over the years. And they did it as well in previous years under various budgets, but that's at times where financial pressures weren't as great. We will lose services. We will have to stop delivering services. Therefore, we have to look at doing things in a different way. And that's what transformation and modernisation is. Last year, we clearly saw from this budget process that for an investment of $700,000, there was a return of $5 million to help fill that budget gap. But I'm going to ask the Chief Executive that in our proposal, we're looking to invest £1 million in that transformation programme. Potentially, what does that give us, and what does that prevent us from having to do in the future?
Thank you, Provost. I'd refer members to section 4.14 of the report, because what that sets out really is the aim of the Council of the Future programme and the 5-year business plan. So as we've stated on a number of occasions, the proposal is to bring forward the 5-year business plan in May, and essentially the idea behind that is to take a planned approach to reshaping the Council in the light of its projected financial position. So the need for the Change Fund specifically excuse me, is set out at 4.14.7, and a Change Fund of that nature will be used in a number of potential ways. So it might be about investing in technology or investing in new models of service delivery. It could be about co-production with communities, or becoming more entrepreneurial, or driving out efficiencies. There's various aspects and various ways in which such a fund might be used, but the basic premise behind it is that if as a council we take a planned approach to that 5-year period and how we can best deal with the very significant financial challenges we have, that should help us minimise the negative impacts of an annual budget, an annual budget process. I mean, in all of that, I wouldn't underestimate the scale of the challenge. I mean, none of this is going to be easy, and there's a huge challenge associated with the transformation programme of the kind of scale that we would be envisaging. But there will need to be resource put into transformation if that's the approach that we're going to take. As alluded to, there's been a $5 million saved from the Council of the Future programme thus far on the back of an investment of $700,000. I don't think one can make a very direct relationship between that $700,000 and the $5 million necessarily, but the fact that if you're going to change and reshape the Council, there needs to be some investment in order to do that, I think is the case, and that's why that was set out at paragraph 4.14.7 in the report. Thank you, Provost.
So the projected gap over the next 5 years is £76 million, and we do not have any funding being proposed from the Labour group to be able to look at modernising and transforming our services into a different way of operating to allow us to retain those services and jobs. That gives me real cause for concern, and for me it shows a little bit of lack of financial accountability and maturity in doing that. Number of other areas that have been completely overlooked that add value is our food and activity scheme during the summer. I'm incredulous that we don't see the benefits of that. The council tax increase. It's going to hit our poorest families, our working poor, the ones that do not qualify for benefit at all, and are actually the ones that are struggling the most, and are lone parents who are actually in work. So, yeah, I find it really difficult for a socially based organisation such as the Labour Party to actually look at doing that, and therefore not in a position to be able to accept their budget.
Thank you. We'll now go to Councillor Nicholl, the leader of the Conservative group, to give us your views on the amendment put forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And just if you continue that sentence, Convener, Provost, does it mean my views on the amendment put forward by Councillor Bissett? Thank you for that. In 2017, Provost, the electorate of Falkirk Council area elected a multi-party council, no party having overall control, but with the Conservative group clearly holding the balance of power between the two bigger parties. To that end, I would have hoped that the message would have been that we have to cooperate on many things. And can I say, Provost, there are many things both within the administration budget and the budget put forward by Councillor Bissett, who incidentally I congratulate on his speech today. It's not easy to have a budget speech as your first speech. And to look at proposals that would gain a majority in this council. Our group treat everybody with respect, colleagues on this side of the chamber and the colleagues behind me, and that is the nature of politics. We listen to all points of view. Everybody has an entitlement to their say, and the demonstration earlier on I actually welcome. It is people taking an interest, people demonstrating as they are right to do when they are concerned about a particular issue. Thankfully, we live in a free country, so I would say to those group out there that it was very good to see you coming along today, and I had no problem with you being heard, and no issue with the music. I just wish it was a slightly better tune, Provost, but however. So, back to my point that the Council is split clearly three ways, and it takes two to tango. And many of the proposals that have come forward, as I say, we've heard from both sides, seem on the surface reasonable and would merit support. However, the overall package is what we have to deliberate on today, and sadly we find lackings in the package both offered by the SNP group and shortcomings in the package offered by the Labour group, particularly, again, a further increase in tax. The Leader of the Council, I almost thought that she'd crossed the floor there when she began talking about hard-working families. It is good to see people acknowledge that hard-working families in Scotland have had enough of a hit from both the Scottish Government and its increased tax rates, and many people in the Falkirk area, although I'm very glad, of course, that the Leader of the Administration has told us that she does not have any plans for the car park tax here. Many people from Falkirk, because of their employment in either Edinburgh or Glasgow, will pay extra tax that way. So as a group, we are absolutely committed to a 3% tax rate. So, as I say earlier, don't wish to discourage anybody. I always like to seek the benefits of both points of view. There are many things in the budget put forward by Robert earlier, his amendment, but however, because of the increase in the tax rate he is proposing, we will regrettably not be able to support his side of the argument either. So in those circumstances, and it's somewhat regrettable that nobody wants to speak to the people who can decide the issue here today, we will be putting forward some modest amendments of our own, so I would give notice of a further amendment coming, and look forward to hearing the debates. But I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint the newly elected Leader of the Opposition by saying that as regards his budget and the SNP budget, the Conservative group will today abstain and promote our own modest changes to the proposals that have been put forward.
Okay, thank you. Right, just to simplify, we're going to go back now to Councillor Coombs, who seconded the amendment, never had an opportunity to speak. And just to let you know, just to simplify it, that we'll be taking this stage by stage. The first stage is that we've got a motion put forward and seconded by the Leader of the Council. We'll have an amendment put forward by the Leader of the Labour Group, and we're going to be discussing and debating that issue. Councillor Nicholl has already stated that he's coming forward with a further amendment, and then we'll take that as a second part of the process. Does everybody understand that? And obviously there will be flexibility. Mr Moody will tell you you're allowed 4 minutes to speak, but obviously this is so important for our employees and our constituents that there will be a bit of flexibility when we're speaking. So what we're on now is we're on the fact that we have a motion moved and seconded by the administration in relation to the recommendations contained within the report. We have an amendment put forward by the Leader of the Labour Group, seconded by the Deputy Leader, and that is the area we're going to debate just now, and then it will obviously go to a vote. So does everybody understand that clearly? Okay. Councillor Coombs, take the floor. Thank you.
Thanks, Provost. Obviously, I'm seconding Councillor Bissett's amendment. Just before I start, I find it incredulous that the Council leader is questioning the spice figures that Councillor Bissett quoted. Scottish Parliament's own information centre, and there's been said that that's misleading. I find that absolutely astonishing. Obviously, I've got a bit of a cold, so you'll be pleased to hear that I'm going to keep this quite brief. As Councillor Bissett has said, this budget is a matter of choice. This is a choice about whether or not you amplify the Tory cuts from Westminster to local authorities. However, what my main objection is to this budget is the vision that it sets for local government in Falkirk. The vision for the Council as set out in the medium-term financial plan is for a mean Dickensian council where minimal provision is given as a last resort to the very worst cases by demoralised, depressed staff. It's not taking Falkirk forward. It's failing Falkirk, and it's taken us back to the 1860s, and that's not why I came into council. I don't believe the members opposite did either. It's only their misguided loyalty to SNP headquarters which forces them to pretend that this is a fair budget. It's only SNP spin that pretends that these cuts are savings, or it's £1 million worth of transformational change, or it's redesigned services, or it's strategic change. Let's cut the spin and actually call cuts cuts. I include in this the cuts to the Community Trust budget. Clever delaying tactics by the administration have avoided any headlines about possible closures to sports centres or to libraries. And you can kick the can down the road as long as you like, but you cannot hide £1 million worth of service cuts over the next 12 months to the Trust. Provost, I'm also going to say to the Chamber that we need to review the whole budget process. I've now gone through 7 budget processes, and they are horrific, but they're not fit for purpose. They are opaque and they're officer-led. And whatever your view on the priorities for tax and spend, and I think that our budget presents a fair tax and spend at 30p a week extra to people, it was quite clear in the consultation from the public that they were more than happy to pay a bit extra to try and save some of these crucial services. So whatever your view on those tax and spend is, we cannot collectively run a complex organisation with a staff of around 7,000 and a budget of 340 million. I was given more cuts than we deserved there. You can't do that based on selective officer savings, all of which are equally unpalatable. The process can't be right when even the First Minister of Scotland says in Holyrood that the leader of this council has had to apologise for savings suggested by her own officers. At least the public reaction to this fiasco has protected some of the worst proposals. However, a lot of spin was involved in this process, and the net result is still a loss of teaching staff. Back to the budget process. Whatever the decision is today, next year and the year after and the year after that, members in this chambers will be faced with the same unacceptable choices. Or maybe next year the fair settlement will be visible to all of us and not just the SNP Farty faithful. We need to take charge, and this has got to stop. I'm sure I'm not the only one who was questioning the opening statement by Mr Smale. Nothing personal, Brian, but it left me looking for an explanation as to how you could have turned an increased fair settlement, as described by Councillor Meiklejohn, into a £17.5 million gap. I wasn't all that great at maths, but if it's an increase, how come it can be a gap at the same time? And that left me also puzzled when the council leaders made those conflicting statements. A fair settlement was, in the next line, a challenging gap at the same time. I'll finish now, Provost. I urge this chamber to take control, to minimise this year's cuts, as our amendment has done. And let's resolve to produce a budget that puts the people of Falkirk first, instead of failing Falkirk. Thank you, Provost.
Okay, thank you for your input. Who we're going to next? Councillor Garner, you'd already spoken, but we'll come back to you. You already spoke. You'd already spoke when you seconded. I'd asked you if you wanted to reserve the right to speak, but you spoke.
You're not allowed to come back and during the
debate. But the fact is that.
Provost, I believe he's got the right to respond in the debate.
Right. Okay. Right. So, is there anybody else coming in? We'll come back to you. We'll come back to you. Councillor Alexander.
I'm going first.
Yep.
Right. Okay. Thanks, Provost. First of all, can I associate myself with the comments about the wishing Robert all the best in his new position. It's just a pity that for a new member, for a new convener, a new leader, we get the same old rubbish in terms of the package that's been put forward. Let's look solely at the issue at this point in time in relation to the funding of local authorities. My colleague has already pointed out that the Scottish Parliament has taken responsibility for the full funding of police and fire. That means that the local authority doesn't have to find its 50% of the funding for police and fire. That's included as a cut by the Labour Party. Spin, pure spin, and nothing but spin. On jobs, Councillor Coombs makes a valiant attempt to present the Labour Party in a radical light. This budget proposes a net jobs loss of 40 jobs. The last budget produced by the Labour Party in this authority brought forward a proposal, a budget that had 231 job losses. 231. We've heard very much about what Labour will and will not support. They won't support the redesign of the breakfast clubs, but they do believe that kids should go hungry during the holidays, so that scheme has been dropped by Labour. The Transformational Fund, I've no doubt that as time goes it will become more and more difficult to transform what's already been amended. But to say that the staff are not up for that particular challenge, I think is misleading and almost taking advantage of the good nature of our staff. Because the reality is that the fund that was used by the local authority over the last 12 months has delivered a £5 million benefit. No doubt about that. It's also delivered a group which are given their own time, given their own motivation, and given their own talents to reforming local authorities and the services that we deliver. That particular group deserves some credit and some recognition rather than the criticism that's fallen their particular way. There's such a missed opportunity in relation to this particular set of proposals that have come from the Labour group. For example, our proposals for moving primary school teachers into primary schools would have allowed the government to pay for the backfilling of those posts within the Education Authority for the expansion of childcare. And the expansion of childcare itself, we should remember, gives something like 350 new jobs in this area. And that is a government proposal. We also look at the other areas that Labour have rejected. Last year, we wanted £1 million in roads, an increase of £1 million in roads. We got £500,000. This year, they want to do away with that £500,000. It's inconsistency in the extreme. The fact remains, Provost, that local government funding is not something that is perfect in relation to the formula. We know that. We know that a Westminster announcement in October or November takes time to be deciphered by Edinburgh and then passed on to ourselves. We know that. Perhaps it would go a little bit more smoothly if Labour would participate in the Scottish Parliament, but they don't. They cart from the sidelines. I was particularly saddened to listen to Councillor Bissett read out the letter from someone who was concerned, genuinely concerned for the future of a service that they've made use of. That service didn't change. It didn't disappear. It didn't disappear. It's here, and it's here today, and it's here today thanks to this administration. It's here today also because we recognise the importance of services such as that. We recognise the importance of services to all vulnerable people. That's why we increased the children's budget.
That's 5 minutes, Councillor Alexander.
Just wind up, Provost. The fact still remains that that particular service was the subject to some pretty scurrilous attempts to gain headlines. And for 3 months, because we are open and transparent in what we're doing and what we're saying, and the invitation we give the officers to give their views, very transparent, then we get criticised in the local press. Headlines such as education in crisis. Clearly there's no education in crisis. Consideration about the abolition of whole services. It's not happened. And members have got to be a wee bit more mature in terms of their impact on the lives of individuals who are vulnerable when the threats of service loss...
6 minutes, Councillor Alexander, thank you.
Threats of service loss are forced into the public domain by members of the opposition. That is not conducive to good relations with our public.
I'm sorry to interrupt here, but the fact is that it's usually 4 minutes, so a bit of flexibility. So if there's anybody speaking, then I'll let you know when it's 5 minutes, and then hopefully it gives you an opportunity to wind up without people coming in and stop you in mid-flow. Councillor Black.
Thanks, Provost. This has been a tortuous few months as the Scottish Government has again played fast and loose with the emotions of our citizens, telling us we had a 21 and then a 22 million gap. Then, as usual, the Green Knights come in and it's reduced to under 17 million. And, of course, everyone in the building has a big sigh of relief because it's around £5 million less cuts than the worst estimate. However, it's still a huge cut after 10 years of cuts. The council leader says Holyrood didn't have a choice. Well, they did, because they could have used council tax, they could have used income tax. There are only 2 examples they did have choices. Local government can't continue to be funded in this shabby way. People should not be frightened for their children's futures, and they shouldn't be frightened for the care of their parents. This is not the way to do business, and yet this is what has happened under an SNP government over the last 11 years. They have chosen not to make local government a priority, even though they do have the authority. The reality is written on page 12 at 4.2. Falkirk's grant has been cut by 4.5 million, a 1.7% reduction compared to the 2018-2019 budget, and that is a reduction to core funding, and it's a core funding that Council needs to deliver the vital services. You can dress it up as much as you can, but a cut is a cut. Right throughout these budget papers we see the words transformational change and Council of the Future. The administration proposes to invest £1 million in a change fund, modernising, transforming, cutting. Whereas the Labour Group's priority is to protect services and jobs. As part of the changes, the administration will lose around 130 full-time equivalent posts. How many part-time, lower-paid members of staff will that be? Despite those promises of new jobs in nursery education, etc., jobs are still going. The jobs we save will make a big difference to those individuals, their families, and more important to the local economy and to the stability of the council. We can't keep cutting jobs. Yes, we do have an excellent workforce, but we can't expect less people to continue to deliver more and more services with less resources. Our communities deserve better than that. People are struggling with low wages, more people on short-term contracts, less opportunities for our young people, and more people going hungry. That's why Labour has decided in our budget to invest an extra £150,000 in creating more training and employment opportunities. Out of all the cuts in the budget, the one that disappoints me most is on page 68. It's CHS 19 and discussed on page 28, which the administration has proposed to cut. At the Executive last week, the Fairer Falkirk Anti-Poverty Strategy was approved, and with all the stats and figures in there telling us how desperate people out there are, the Council has been asked to cut 50k from the three Citizens Advice Bureau's core funding. Provost, I think that is shocking. We should not do that. We need every single resource possible to fight the effects of welfare reform, and that's what the Labour proposal does. We protect the 50k for Citizens Advice. With regards to children's services, our budget will protect 1.5 million of those proposed cuts with administration, including the sum for demographic change. We are an area with a growing population, and we need to keep that 251k to help mitigate pressures associated with those demographic changes. Playing an instrument can do so much to improve a youngster's self-esteem, as the leader of the Labour group said. That extra 75k investment in music tuition will help more youngsters to become confident. It was retired Councillor Chick MacDonald that initiated Council's decision as a portfolio holder, a good Labour councillor holding those Labour values. He was a portfolio holder for public protection, and he helped to create the community safety team with the community wardens at the heart of it. We need that team more than ever now, and the public quite rightly wants less litter and dog fouling on the streets. I'm proud to say that the Labour budget will invest another 130k to help increase the number of community wardens. We should be protecting jobs and service, Provost, not cutting them, and I am happy to support the Labour group's amendment.
Okay, thank you for your input. Councillor Colley next. Thank you.
Provost, is it possible, to, before I say something, to ask a question of one of the officers? Yes, something that is within our motion, which is an investment in the summer foods holiday scheme, and Councillor Alexander has also mentioned it. I'm absolutely stunned that it's not included in the Labour budget, but I wanted to know how many children benefited from it last year. I mean, it's a really modest, investment towards feeding children over the holidays.
Who's going to answer that over there? Would it be Fiona? Fine. You want to come to the front there so everybody can see you and hear you? Just going to get the information. Just give us a minute. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. I think, as far as I know, the poverty strategy was approved by the Executive, and I know that across the Chamber everyone is committed to providing support for our most vulnerable children over the holidays. So I have to admit I'm really surprised not to see that as part of the Labour Party amendments. I just wanted to know a little bit about the IJB. I'm glad to say that we've got an increased payment to the IJB, and there's additional money coming from the Scottish Government. And you know, there's some talk about pet projects. That would probably include the IJB, but it is actually really about transformation. The business case sets out a really positive direction for travel, to manage increased demand and, most importantly, to improve outcomes. So transformation isn't just about saving money, it's about changing lives. We recognise the challenges we face, and I think across the Council, but particularly with the IJB, our population of older people is growing, particularly older people, if that makes sense. That's something, we're all going to live longer than our parents and grandparents, and that's to be celebrated. But the fact is, at the moment, we're living with multiple health conditions, and the challenge is not only to deliver support, and including reablement, but also to support our communities to improve in health and well-being. That's real transformation. I'm pleased to say that an agreement has been reached within the IJB in the development of localities, which will aim to deliver locally responsive community health and social care service. This will sit alongside what the Council is already doing, providing advice, housing support and other services in localities, and the excellent work of our third sector and community partners. We're also working with the Community Trust to identify opportunities for health improvement and positive activities that can help support our citizens' health and well-being. And I'm pleased to say, and I know this is supported across all parties, that this year we'll see the implementation of free personal care for under 65s, and that is part of the core funding that goes to the IJB. It does come round, it doesn't go to the Council, it goes directly to the IJB. Integration and partnership across the board represent great opportunities to improve the lives of people in Falkirk District, and we must grasp those opportunities to transform lives. I want to say a little bit about the Transformation Fund. We've seen the development of the West and the East hubs, holistic, coordinated advice and services, which I hope in future will be augmented by Social Security Scotland, which will have local staff delivering on our party's commitment to enable people claiming disability and carers benefit to receive face-to-face advice, support and assistance. Our CABs have received significant levels of additional funding direct from the Scottish Government, and I look forward to seeing the development across sectors, not just the Council. The Council has services it needs to provide, but we also need to draw on the expertise of our partners. I'd particularly like to mention in part of the transformation about looked after children and the closer to home strategy. Yes, this will save money, but what it is about, it's absolutely right that we seek to provide support and placements where needed, as close as possible to where children and young people are from, reducing disruption and maintaining, where appropriate, wider family and connections. And of course, the Change Fund also fund the Champions Board, the young people, the looked after young people, children and young people who are helping us with elected members, with officials, to improve the services that we provide to children and young people. And I'd like to end on a positive note and just say that I hope I can echo everybody's views that I would like to say a really big thank you to the Champions Board, because they're really helping to inform our work and helping to inform transformation.
Thank you very much for your input. Councillor Bowes. And then it's Councillor Nicholl. And then
thank you, Provost.
Thank you.
I want to touch on two things. Start off quite simply with horizon scanning. Horizon scanning for officers and for councillors is one of the main risks that we've always got to be aware of. This amendment in no way looks at horizon scanning. In fact, you may look at its vision as taking us back to the 1970s. The investment in Council of the Future, which has already been said, was a Labour initiative. I know there's been a question already on that, and I don't particularly want to put this as a question to them, but it states in 4.14.5 in the documents that the estimated savings are £38.226 million. Can I ask the Labour group, where are we going to get that if we don't invest in it? Because I don't see that from anything you have done. All you have done is taken that away. Tell me where we're going to get that £38.226 million, because that's what horizon scanning is looking forward.
Fine. As you know, that's a rhetorical question, and you're carrying on with your summary. And as you know, this chamber is all about everybody's independent views. Thank you.
It was
Carry
a quite direct question, actually. Anyway, on the other item I would like to cover, with regards to the council tax, we were all sent a paper by Elise, I think it was in January, which talked about the finances local councils. And then that is a SPICE report. So as it's already been brought up today, I thought I would just read you a paragraph from that under the heading of council tax. In budget round 1920, councils can now raise budgets by up to 4.79%. In common with NDR, non-domestic rates, council tax income is taken into account in the calculation of general resource grant. So an authority that sees an uplift in its council tax income in 1 year can expect to see a reduction in grant funding in the following year. that's clear enough for everybody. I wonder if that's been taken into consideration by this amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your input, sir. Councillor Nicholl. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. Before I begin, could I just say that for 10 years I had the great honour to be the Deputy Leader of this Council, and part of that was shared with Councillor Coombs. So I was a bit surprised to hear her use the words that need to take charge. My own bad writing, Provost. Need to take charge. Well, you know, in a council as a three-party like this, I suggest that the only way that that wish could come true is if they reach out to other people to find compromise. Not necessarily with this front bench, but to find compromise across the chamber, because that's the only way that things are going to work. And if this is anything other than just grandstanding and showboating that we've heard today from the Labour group, knowing that safely their proposals were not going to be defeated, then they stand accused of giving false hope and hypocrisy to the people out there, because they know full well that without reaching out to other groups, and as I say, I'm not putting ourselves particularly in that frame, but by compromising, talking to other people, I suggest to them that they would have a much better way of getting at least some of their policies implemented. And, you know, as I say, it was a bit surprising to hear Joan say that after all these years. So, however, I did speak earlier about the Labour budget. There are some things to do with the SNP budget I indicated that were reasons that we couldn't support today. Despite the fact that, you know, I do acknowledge that whoever was in charge of this process, very difficult decisions would have to be made. So we've heard lots of arguments about the Scottish Government, the Westminster Government. I'm just going to speak about what we can do here to make the best job with what we've got. And in many ways, you know, I would love, because, you know, I like to see people's points of views from both sides. There are good bits from that side and good bits from this side. But realistically, because so much of the proposals coming from the Labour group rely on a further tax increase, I have to be more looking towards the SNP proposals to see if there are things that possibly could be worthy of support. And of course, Convener, there are many things in here worthy of support in the current circumstances. The vast majority, of course, we would rather that we didn't have to do, but with things as they are, we have to accept reality. But, however, I did hear earlier the Leader of the Council, and I've got a number of questions, perhaps, to her. She spoke about flowers. Now, in the scheme of things, in the scale of the horrendous savings we're having to make, perhaps flowers shouldn't be that much on our mind. But we have a policy, and we've heard from the Leader of the Council, that we are the third highest tourist destination in Scotland. So we want to make the area look as attractive as possible. Now, I'm just not exactly sure what her proposals mean. Is she suggesting that if we accept this cut, that every flower bed that comes and every hanging basket disappears, every flower bed that we have suddenly becomes devoid of flowers? I want to know, yes, it's good and well if community groups can take them over, but just how far advanced is this idea? Because obviously there's flower beds in roundabouts and in situations where you wouldn't want general lay people just going in and watering them, and etc. So that certainly needs a bit more.
Well, I'm quite sure that Councillor Meikle-John can answer these questions during her wind-up. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure that I could accept that, Provost, with respect, because then it wouldn't give me an opportunity to challenge. It would just mean that she just says what she says without any comeback on my behalf. Well, then I wouldn't know whether to.
Well, it'll be beneficial because you'll hear the wind-up before there's an opportunity to vote, but you've already stated that your group would be abstaining for this.
But I may have further questions.
Well, ask the questions now, and she can give the answers when she's winding up.
Okay. So, in regard to flowers, that is certainly one of ongoing concerns for us. There is also, and that would include DV17 and DV28, of course, regarding the future of the nursery down at Kinneil. DV 33, Provost, I would also like to ask the Leader about the repercussions on the Employment Training Unit regarding taking that cut in DV 33. DV 26, again a small one, Provost, but I'm a great believer in any householder knows that if you neglect small repairs, they have a habit of growing into big repairs. So I just wonder if it is wise that we take £20,000 off the Community Trust. Those of us who have been here for some time know that we did transfer buildings to the Community Trust in very poor condition, and it just seems to me, for the sake of £20,000, a bit of a false economy. Now, Convener, there were many questions, but because, to some extent, that the proposals before us, by and large, have to be accepted to meet the deficit, then we're not going to make issue with them, much as we wouldn't like to see them. So I would just like to ask, well, not ask, but to appreciate the attempts by the administration to safeguard a lot of the things that we particularly hold dear, such as the road maintenance budget. It is very important. Last year, remember, you will recall, Provost, we very famously did a deal, and one of the things that was very paramount in our minds was to ensure that road maintenance was given extra funding. So I'm very glad that an earlier suggestion that be cut went no further. Personally speaking, and if I may be parochial, very dear to my heart are the three great facilities.
Minutes, Ken.
Okay. In my ward, the Green Park Centre, the Grain Centre and the West Quarter Project, and I'm very happy that they also continue. We would also like, and I will do it after the meeting, Provost, to speak to officers about some of the reasoning behind. We're not minded to oppose, but some of the increases in fees and charges, well above inflation, perhaps should be just further explained. So in conclusion, Provost, as I say, it's very much both budgets are curate's egg, but both have shortcomings, and we'll be abstaining on both of them.
Okay, thank you for your input, sir. Councillor McCluckie and then Councillor McKee. Thank you.
Thanks, Provost. With your indulgence, obviously I'm here as an independent councillor today. I've not been involved in 6 months of cross-party working groups that some of the groups have had, and I've not had a leader of a group that's presented why they're reasoning for what they're doing today. So I hope a wee bit leniency, Provost, to allow me to explain to the people why I'm going to vote the way I'm going to do. First thing's obviously council tax. I was happy the Scottish Government put up tax to increase budgets for health and other things, and I can't understand and can't support not promoting the rise in the council tax. That when I go to parent council meetings, and these meetings clearly they say if that's to protect the service and go to education and that they would support it. So that's not what the troops are telling me. I can't understand how the council's different for Holyrood, and it's a way of getting funding. I've been that way for 12 years. Me and Councillor Jerry Goldie were quite unanimous. We wanted to fight the council tax freeze. We dealt with officers at the right thing. So I've always been consistent with that, and that's the way I am now. So I would support, obviously, the increased rise to that money as an income to save jobs and save services. The next one's buses. No heard me talking about that for a while. As I say, but once again, the lovely leaflet I mentioned before, Councillor Hughes put a nice leaflet around focused on at Slamanan bus shelter that previous administration was going to cut bus subsidies, which we never done. But it was still a good leaflet, even if it had been true. But as I say, what we have got is 160,000 bus subsidies cut from the SNP. So we can see the leaflet that goes out there. But I would wonder for officers, can they tell us what services has got to be implemented and cut there? Because obviously we're told that that means cut on services. So do we know what areas, wards and bus services that comes to first, Provost?
Thank you, Provost. Yes, obviously the information that's been provided within the papers relates to the officers' proposals in respect of service savings of £352,000. There have been, obviously, colleagues of mine have had discussions with all groups, I believe, in relation to the services that would apply to. However, the administration's proposals are the administration's proposals. We are aware of them, but I wonder if it's more appropriate for the administration to describe the particular proposals that they have. I say this because if there were to be a general reduction in the budget, that would be applied by officers rather than by a decision made by members today. So that would be my view on it.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, Provost. Yes, I'll just run through the ones that we've taken from officers' options, what we're looking to make up that 166 or 167k, however you look at it. Service F16, withdraw Airth, Letham, South Island and Moore, would lose their Sunday service. Service F4, withdraw first bus to Grangemouth would be 6:11 instead of 5:31. Service F11, withdraw Sunday service only, 50% funded by NHS Forth Valley. Lays with NHS Forth Valley, which I believe my colleague, Councillor Colley, is looking into, if they wish to retain the Sunday service and provide additional funding for it, £6,500. F23, withdraw usage poor and extremely expensive. Skin flats would retain service 2B or 28, I can't make out my own things there. Service F6, withdraw first journey, this is Falkirk Tamford Hill, first journey Monday Saturday would be 6:47, currently 6:26, and Sunday service would reduce from half hourly to hourly. Service F49, withdraw low usage, expensive, replace with demand responsive by extension to Bowness Community Bus Service. Savings shown assumes £35,000 cost of replacement services. Savings could potentially be higher.
Provost, that's excellent. I wonder if members can get a copy of that, because that's what we're discussing. But that's full information, and as I say, I appreciate that you've done that. But obviously, I've always been consistent, Provost, and the bus subsidies for rural communities. Now it was centralised and everything. Next one I go into is my view on the roads. Obviously, 200k to take off road cleaning. We heard how great the environment was, yet we're going to close, obviously, landfill places, and so folk can't get to dump. Now we get told 200,000 off the road cleaning. There were a boy passing my house 2 weeks ago, convener, and what I asked him was, do you know, he was in the middle of the road. I said, do you know the difference of pavement and the road? He says, he looked at me this look, and he says, of course. He says, the road's no fully dug shit. That's what the boy says, and it was true. Because the last time I went in contact with the council, and 50 years between the school and the community centre in Slomanan, there were 17, so we've got street cleaning up. Now we're going to cut the service. The Waynes didn't walk to school now, they slide off the way to the school. That's how bad it is here. So I'll not be supporting the cuts, and that's my reason for it, because obviously, big local issue, maybe folk are better in other areas and cleaning up, but certainly, as I say, for the uneducated folk like myself and that, we're still kind of catching up there. So as I say, the next thing's education. We read here, Labour's coming out to say less cuts in education. I've got to listen to that, because that's what the troops are saying to me out there. What is the position at the moment? I've got small schools out there that in the last 3 months haven't had a repair done. 5- and 6-year-old kids queuing up for the toilet in their lunch breaks, sitting there wetting themselves because the Honno's no working for 3 or 4 months on the system, because they're only doing priority jobs, because of budget cuts. Now we're going to go and fund things more. And the janitor saying to the plumber, can you not got an old one in your bag and go and do that? And the fly, that's shocking. And now there are more cuts. That's the situation. We talk about the free milk, doing away with the free milk. Now, my view is, the question is, what do you plan next year? Because they're saying it's healthy, doing away with the good milk and getting folk water. What do you plan next year? Do you plan on removing school dinners and giving folk a carrot and an apple and say that's a part of your 5 a day, pal? Get what I mean? Is that what you intend? Well, maybe the officers maybe plan that because obviously you've got a 5-year plan. So maybe that's a part of the cuts here. The community wardens, obviously, I've seen that proposal coming up. Now, I had a bit of concern there because the Waynes couldn't go in here. There's summer sports day last year, and there were 20 parents up cleaning up the shit and glass in the park. It still wasn't safe, so there were no funding. But I've at least got the community wardens to try to go, community safety team, going and look at it. Now we're going to get rid of them. Now, the other thing
that's 5 minutes, so you carry on, you've got another minute there.
Right. The 4 schools contacted me about parking in front of the school. Now, see if you give the community wardens the power of enforcement. Officers' response when you send to the officers is, we've not got the resources, we're in charge of yellow lines now, but we can't come up to schools because we've not got resources. But we'll put it in the list if resources allowed. Here's a chance to give the folk the powers to go there and deal with parking issues like that, or dog film, whatever it is, and give them enforcement, and they'll make money in. That's what we should be doing, right? Instead of tackle an issue, no try to hide for it. But as I say, so when I look at it, what's the best proposals? The SNP proposals or the Labour proposals, and I look at my reasoning for these things, I've got to Provost's side, I believe, with Labour on this instance. And that's my reason for it, because of the community concerns, and as I say, the issues that I'm dealing with day in, day out as a councillor, and that's what I'm responsible for.
Okay, thank you. I think I'll have to ask the Chief Executive if I can get one of the beepers. Anyway, can we... Councillor McHugh, thank you.
Thanks, Provost. It's with great surprise that I see some of the proposals that have been brought forward by our officers to the administration that they're taking that Labour has rejected within education. Some of these services, again, reduced music instruction. There's been a big song and dance being played out about that. But in fact, this is a reorganisation. This is an improvement, and there will be no impact on children. Also, I'd like to add that due to PEF money, if head teachers have the opportunity and wish to put some kind of tuition in for particular children that obviously music enhances their education, then they have that choice to do that. Can I also highlight the concessionary charges for tuition, music tuition is actually going down this time. The redesign of teacher support within nurseries. This is my forte. For years, the professionals within early years have been working hard to increase their qualifications and to highlight the fact that nursery education is a profession within its own right. The fact that the Scottish Government are funding the increase in graduates within our nurseries is a good decision to withdraw our nursery teachers at this point. These teachers will be swallowed back up within the service, so there will be no job cuts, yet our children will be educated to a much higher level by graduates that have chosen to work with the P5s, not just part of a 3-year degree within primary education. So that is a no-brainer. 20 teachers getting swallowed back up into the schools where their expertise lies, and graduates brought forward into our nurseries that know exactly what they're doing within our nurseries. We've got staff that have worked incredibly hard to gain graduates, to gain degrees within that service in their own time. Also, staff are working towards that at this moment in time. And the third thing really that I would just want to highlight at the minute, as Councillor McCluckie has suggested about our milk, reducing the milk. I don't know if any of you have had experience within the schools, but the tolerance levels of different foods within our schools is getting higher and higher, with it becoming increasingly difficult to produce diets within our schools to protect children. Milk, obviously, is one of those. Lactose intolerance. Also fruit juices. Again, this is a good no-brainer. 125,000 of a saving that can be used elsewhere. Children are we're promoting nationally, UK-wide, throughout Europe, we're promoting drinking more water. The Scottish Water are talking about putting water fountains back in our town centres so we can encourage people to drink more water and reduce plastics. Again, we'll be reducing plastics because all these wee cartons of milk, all these wee cartons of fruit juice are for single-use plastics. So 125,000, saved with no impact on our children whatsoever. So the three things that I've highlighted just there now that the Labour Party have decided not to take in their motion equates to 719,000 that can be used elsewhere, that our administration have chosen to use elsewhere so that our children are not impacted in other areas.
Thank you for your input. Councillor Murtagh. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. Obviously, I've tried to listen to the debate and kind of understand where the basis of proposals come from the Labour Party. I'd like to echo the words that have been said in welcoming Councillor Bissett in his new position. On becoming new councillors, you embark on a journey of learning, no matter how much experience you have in politics. And I very much enjoyed some of the trips that I made with Councillor Bissett to some of these events and found that we had a lot in common. But I am also disappointed in some of the things that were said. Councillor Bissett said that our budget showed a lack of compassion on this side. I don't think that that's true, and I think that when I look around me at the members on these benches, I see some of the most compassionate people that I know, even just to the left and right of me. I'm not so sure whether Councillor Coleman's just having a bad day, but certainly we've worked very hard to have a compassionate and fair budget. It's been mentioned, I think, by Councillor Coombs and by Councillor Black about the choices that come around time after time after time. And what's clear to me is that when you're talking about those same choices coming back, that if we don't embark on transformational change, which, as Councillor Colley says, it's not some buzzword or generic idea, we need to embark on a transformational change in this council. All councils do, and we know this. We all know this, and it's been acknowledged not just in this administration's Council of Future Plans, but also in the previous administration, as I understand, in their plans. So to be looking at a number of these, and Councillor Q highlighted those within education, in terms of what needs to be reformed and what can be looked at, it is really disappointing to see that lack of vision and that lack of examination of the actual proposals. And I think that that's, in general, what I'm taking forward, is that we are looking at doing things differently. The early years approach is a key example, where we know the Scottish Government has had massive investment. We're changing the whole way that we deliver early years. We are looking at the approach to vulnerable 2-year-olds, to 3- and 4-year-olds, that's completely different to certainly what I grew up with and what many others in this chamber have grown up with. And you can't do that without changing the formula in terms of what we provide for staffing. We're also looking at, it's not just teachers who deliver education, as Councillor McHugh said, we're also looking at investing in those 14 additional SFLAs. And they will have, as Councillor Meiklejohn outlined in her proposal of our motion, a great impact on the educational value within our establishments, and that's to be welcomed. I'm surprised that Labour are not acknowledging that. And it probably highlights something which Councillor Nicholl was alluding to well in what he was saying, in that we need to be looking at the way that we work together. And I think What's most disappointing is in the approach. Councillor Bissett was highlighting about the service, the literary service, that he acknowledged isn't closing, but that the impact that uncertainty, which officers were not able to provide that certainty that it would continue or not. And that's the reality of minority administration, that we can't guarantee until we come out of here today what the budget is that's going to be passed. But what will be certainly an improvement for our constituents is an understanding that if we are working together and discussing the priorities, those things will be able to be given an awful lot more clarity, an awful lot quicker, and will be a benefit to our residents. And I think that needs to be acknowledged in the way that we are working. Now, a number of these things we talk about community empowerment, and that's a key theme for many of the things which are within our budget, and I'm sure that Councillor Meiklejohn will pick up on the flower baskets that Councillor Nicholl was saying. But what I would say is that that's part of that transformational change. What isn't helpful when you go into community meetings trying to have very honest and frank discussions about where the community need to engage with us as a council in our budget setting is the scaremongering that goes on in that. And it is being said, and you can look at page 60 of your report here and see what the officers' proposals were, and officers worked very hard to provide choices for members to come to
Apologies, you're heading into 5. Thank you.
And you can see the difference between what the officers have proposed and what the administration have taken. And several millions of pounds of proposals and full-time equivalents have a difference in what we've been able to put forward by taking those choices. But what I heard time and time again in community meetings was, it's going to have to be all of them. It's going to have to be every single one of those cuts. And all those things that are being said to our communities who need to feel empowered and to come on a journey with us to be able to do transformational change, they are being sold something which is scaremongering. All these proposals that have come forward don't look at how we need to change and have, yes, absolutely, I won't apologise for repeating it, a growth mindset about how we do things differently. The Ministry, I understand the principles behind what Labour are trying to do with the things that they're putting forward, but they don't go into the detail and the misunderstanding of what actually needs to be achieved. And we will face more and more and more difficult choices if we don't embark on that journey of transformational change. If we don't invest, as has been asked by the officers in the Council, we don't invest, we will have more difficult choices and they will come back up and it will be more difficult to achieve. And if you want to talk about what's going to demoralise staff, that is going to demoralise staff even more. So I'm happy to support our budget and reject the motion.
Okay, thank you very much for your input. Thank you. Councillor Reid. Lights off when somebody's speaking because we've got a note of your names here. Thank you.
I wonder if I could start by asking three questions. Will that count against my time? No, okay.
Stop the clock here when the questions are getting asked. Thank you.
The first question is to Mr Smale, and it's his comments on 4.26, page 12. Because there seems to be some doubt as to whether this budget has been cut or it has not been cut. And it's the final sentence. Because Mr Mackay's letter to Councillor Meiklejohn states that there's been a 2% increase. And that's not what Mr Smale says.
Provost, it may be helpful if I preface my answer, or attempted answer, to Councillor Reid's question with a quote from a section of a recent SPICE report, and this is in anticipation of possible similar questions from across the chamber. What it says is, and this relates to the current budget, presentation of the headline figures for local government can be complicated by, it then goes on and lists 5 or 6 bullet points evidencing that, such as whether it's in cash or real terms. Having said that, it says, taken together, different combinations of those issues can lead to huge variations in the headline million and percentage change figures that are presented. And I think, Provost, we see evidence of this. There is a sustainable way, a variety of sustainable and justifiable ways of presenting the figures. And the essence of the difference between what I may categorise as a COSLA view of the world as opposed to the Cabinet Secretary's view of the world is that the Cabinet Secretary, and he explicitly says this in his letter, or Spice comment on this in their assessment of the difference, is that a more comprehensive view is taken of the funding. So that would include, for example, earmarked grants, it would include council tax, and other elements in the mix. Whereas the COSLA view would represent one which removes the earmarked funding, early years being perhaps the most significant example, and says that's earmarked funding, it's a central government policy for which we're separately funded, but our day-to-day expenditure is being cut. And that really is the essence of the difference. So the figure quoted to which Councillor Reid refers in the paragraph, the very last sentence in paragraph 426, does recognise that from an initial position for our core grant of 7.1, the Cabinet Secretary's deal with colleagues at Holyrood resulted in that being reduced by 2.6 to give you 4.5. But that is, as I say, the core view of the funding. A different view reflected in the figures quoted by the Cabinet Secretary would embrace, for example, the early years. So none of the figures are wrong, they're just presented in different ways. But the reality is, having said all that, in terms of our core grant, we, relative to 18-19, are 4.5 million less, but we are having injections of revenue resources by way of grant to finance programmes such as early years.
I'm glad that wasn't added to my time, by the way. However, in the last paragraph, the grant is reduced by 4.5 million in comparison to 18-19. In both years, were fire and police excluded?
Yes.
No, I'm asking the gentleman who's qualified to answer.
Yes, fire and police are out with the equation.
Okay, thanks for that. Second question is to, I think, Ms Cassidy. It's on page 250. Right, there's reference to that in connection with the IGB of average reduction in funding over 3.5%. Over the 5-year period, 3.5% in each year, I take it. And the disproportionate savings requirement on adult social care reflects the prioritisation of children's services by the Scottish Government, which of course they're entitled to do. So children come before elderly people, as far as that paragraph says. And then the Scottish Government set out 6 priority areas in the medium term. Adult social care is not one of the priority areas. Is that correct?
In terms of national policy, yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. The third question is to Councillor Meeker. Just for clarification, in rejecting the Labour amendment, that you reject it in its entirety? So there'll be no working group, no lobbying of Parliament, no lobbying of Mackay. Oh dear. Better middle of the deal than the bairns of Falkirk.
Is that you finished, Councillor Reid? No?
Certainly not.
No? Sorry, I thought you said 3 questions there.
3 questions, but yeah, there's a bit more to come. I agree with most of a lot of comments said from the other side in regards to maturity of debate and working more closely together. For too long, this chamber has been like one of those old black and white cowboy films, you know, the good guys with the white hats on this side and the baddies with the moustaches on that side. Sorry, ladies, I didn't mean to include you in that. But, and I think we do need to work more closely together. And to tell the truth, to be reasonable, there were cuts from Westminster to the Scottish Government, quite severe cuts. The Scottish budget, was it all bad? Of course it wasn't. It was very good in terms of NHS, infrastructure, capital investment, and development. The only problem that I have, and that's why I'm here, is that local government was treated differently for some reason. And it was only that when Mr Mackay was dragged in and had his arm twisted by the Greens that we got the increase in powers, and none of which SNP are going to take up. We got a 3-year budget at long last, and we're having another review of council tax. And every accountant present here will know the question that they got in their final examination: what are the alternative means of revenue for a council? And the answer is there's a lot, but they all have their faults. But that was good. That was good. What concerns me somewhat is there's a degree of hypocrisy on the part of Holyrood, because while we're being cut in terms of administration and bureaucracy, they're not. In fact, quite the opposite. The average MSP gets 63,000 a year, all parties, with copious expenses. Mackay himself took diction classes to improve his speech, £1,000. Did he pay for it? No, we did. One of our local MSPs claimed for a newspaper, £2. Another one claimed for glasses for his staff. There's a £50 allowance for that, by the way. It's a pity it didn't work for an MSP person. When Mr Salmon became First Minister, he said he would cut the number of special advisers, which to his credit he did. He dropped from about, I think, 11, which Labour had, to 6. It's now gone up to 14 under Ms Sturgeon, at a cost of £1.2 million. I don't call them SPADs, I call them SPIDs, because they're really spin doctors. In the recent cabinet reshuffle, it ended up 26 of the 63 MSPs now get a salary higher than 63,000. Compare that with us. The public may not know this, but 20 out of the 30 members present here don't claim any expenses whatsoever. I'll start also, I'll conclude by admitting a Labour error. I think we should have supported the summer meal allowance. It somehow slipped past in our rush to complete the budget. What I find disappointing is this resignation that we will have to save 70 million in the next few years. Why don't we lobby and ask for money to meet that gap? Why do we have the spirit of acceptance that this is inevitable? I just don't agree that it is inevitable. This country is famous for debates, campaigns to halt government decisions, and that's what's needed in Scotland. A huge campaign to stop, first of all, the cuts from Westminster, but also the cuts from Holyrood. I think we should all agree to work together on that. That's why I'm surprised that the amendment was dismissed in its entirety. I think we should fight the cuts, and we should fight them together.
Thank you very much. Now that's 1 o'clock. We've got another 6 lights on for speakers, so we're going to break for lunch just now. Everybody's happy with that, and we'll come back here at 1:45. Thank you very much, everybody. Very much. Firstly, before we go back to the business, just to let you know that apologies for Councillor Flynn. Councillor Flynn's away home. He's not very well, and to be honest with you, I think he maybe come back too early, so we wish Councillor Flynn all the best. Thank you. Right, okay, we're going back on. We had a number of people that had put their lights on before we broke up, and I'll go straight to the Deputy Provost, Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, Provost. All right. First of all, I would like to talk on the following.
Firstly, it's a Bowness community bus. Just to let members know that discussions have taken place between Mr Jeffreys, who first brought the community bus project forward with the help of his committee, and the Transport Officer of Falkirk Council. These discussions have went very well, and it's felt that the Bowness community bus can take over the timetable, but more details will be forthcoming in the future. Okay. Canal Nursery and the flowers. I think we all agree here that we do like to see our community with flowers and the flower baskets, whatever. And when I knew about this proposal, again, I started discussions with local community groups within Bowness. And we're going to have further discussions because there's people that's more than willing to take this forward in Bowness and Blackness. Okay? And I know Councillor Munro has said that she'll happily take forward with me. And Councillor Aitchison, if you want to come with us, that would be great. The more the merrier. Education. Schools, learning support staff. I'm delighted that we're going to provide more learning support staff for the schools within our areas. Over the years, when the last administration was cutting support staff, how many times in here did I actually bring this up? And you've all got to admit I did bring this up several times over the years about this. We're happy that we're taking this forward, and I know the head teachers will be happy as well. Okay? That's something else, but I'll not say that because I think somebody else might come in.
Okay, thank you for your input. Councillor Munro, thank you.
Thank you, Provost. I'm not going to indulge in any political spin because I think we agree 90% of the budget between all of us. There's very little that sort of makes us differ at all. But I want to focus on community and community perception. And the Bowness perception of closing something else is pretty dire. And so I'm very glad that the Leader of the Council is suggesting that there is a way forward because people are going to miss their plant sale and the walled garden. And I sometimes feel that Falkirk Council doesn't recognise that it owns Kinneal House and Kinneal Estate, and it is an asset that we should be using for our community. And things have been taken away over many years and very little put back. And I feel that we'd still have the walled garden if there had been more maintenance provision. And within that there is a house that sits along the wall, which is owned by Falkirk Council, which has been empty for 30 years, which is an asset which could have been used. Bowness folk feel very strongly that we have an old library, 40 years old. We have an old leisure centre that's somewhat neglected as well, although it's had new equipment. And every time we take something away, rather than put something back, there is a challenge. I do feel that it would be good if in the Council of the future we could look at putting something back into Bowness, into the town, into Kinneal perhaps, and something that's not expensive but allows people in Bowness to feel that we're not the forgotten corner. We feel that Falkirk Council's an absent landlord and we aren't being listened to. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think you'll realise that throughout the district that many people believe that there's absent landlords. Okay then, Councillor Jim Blackwood, then Councillor Gordon Hughes. Thank you.
Thanks, Provost. Provost, I'm just going to talk about the £50,000 reduction to CAB. Councillor Cawley made reference to the CAB receiving additional funding from the Scottish Government and the DWP, and she's correct in that. That's fact. However, she failed to add, this funding is ring-fenced for additional work and cannot be used to directly replace council funding. A 14% cut to CAB by this administration will have an adverse effect on the CAB's ability to deliver core services, and I would ask them to reconsider their decision to reduce that by 50,000.
Okay, thank you for your input there. Councillor Gordon Hughes.
Thank you, Provost.
Firstly, congratulations to Councillor Bissett as Labour Group Leader, and secondly for his speech today, even although I didn't agree with a word he said. I would also like to thank Councillor McCluckie for his appreciation of my bus leaflet. It obviously contributed to the reduction in the Labour vote in Upper Braes. I am also pleased that this administration has made no changes to the bus service in the Braes area, therefore preserving the last bus to Slamanan. Budgets give vision and direction. They also generate ambition and hope. This budget lays the conditions necessary to create innovation, improvement, efficiency and productivity. We should also note that the UK is far behind our European neighbours in relation to efficiency and productivity. This budget is a prudent approach which develops and maintains a sustainable council and also lengthens the viability of the council. Above all, this budget demonstrates financial competence. In contrast, we have an alternative from Labour, which is in keeping with many years ago. I do respect Councillor Bissett, and he has my sympathy as he tries to hold his dichotomous group together, the moderate centrists and the hard left. Tax and spend, or should we say, tax and overspend. Coupled to no vision, no real thinking, in general a head-in-the-sand approach, less investment, an attack on the working poor, no help for the poverty strategy. What happened to compassion and support for poorer children? You know, the more Labour runs faster, the more they stand still. In space, a straight line is curved. The more Labour breaks orbit and moves further to the left, that red shift becomes more and more isolated and irrelevant to Scottish politics. And it is noticeable that the further Labour breaks from orbit, asteroids are breaking from the main body. Councillor Reid, I do appreciate your quiet, thoughtful approach. However, I fear that the more you offer collaboration, you could end up like Alex Rowley, MSP, who offered suggestions to the Scottish Government only to be rebuffed and slapped down by his leader. It may be the case that in weeks to come we may see the birth of an independent Labour Council group split from the hard left. Gordon Brown's famous phrase was, "No more boom and bust." I fear that under Labour there will be no boom, but the re-emergence of a hard left, like the Hatton era of Liverpool Council, which nearly put that council bust. Thank you.
Okay. Delighted with your input as usual, Councillor Hughes. Now, before we go back to the leader to wind up with a motion, Councillor, pardon? Sorry.
Thank you. I won't be long. I'll just make it short and sweet. I do. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Robert Bissett as the new Labour leader of Falkirk Council. And I must admit, I and most of my group really looks forward to working with you and your group to make, because it is all about the lives of the people in Falkirk and our communities, and it is about making improvements and changes for the betterment. I would say that's why we're all here. However, I do have a question, and that is with regard your motion, and that I feel it's a very important question, and I feel it's very hard for us to make a decision because we don't have this information. With regard to your amendment putting up council tax to 4.5%, providing additional support, vital council services and protect, my question is, and you, Labour, I do believe, as well as SNP, we feel that equality is so important in our communities. We really need to have things fair and transparent. And Falkirk Council, what they normally do when we have a report through, we have a quality and poverty assessment. So I really find this strange, though we've got a poverty and quality assessment for our motion, has been put forward, but for the likes of your amendment, which is a great hike in council tax, we don't have one from yourselves. So in order for all of us, Tories, Labour, myself, SNB, for us to consider it and to take it seriously, what is the qualities impact assessment on that increase? Because that will have a big impact in the communities. It's the young, the old, the disabled, everyone in our community, and we don't have that information and we're asked to make a decision. So can you tell me, do we have that just now, or is it, and if you're going to actually say, is it going to be available later, I would say that that's really not good enough if we're having to make a decision today on that amendment, really. Thank you.
Thank you. There's an opportunity to respond to that or an opportunity not to respond to the question. So, no, nobody want to respond. Okay, thank you for that. You want to respond, Councillor Nimmo? You would like to say, but on the specific question for Councillor Binney, there's no response to it. Okay, thank you. Councillor Nimmo. Okay.
There we go, Provost. Provost, can I just start by saying I'm glad that Councillor Hughes has actually sat down and rejoined the real world. I'm not exactly sure what planet he was on there, but it's nice to see that he's come back and joined the rest of us. Just a question in relation to page 64, Provost, item DV02, waste recycling centres and the opening hours. If this council closes Rough, Mute and Kinneil 2 days a week, and given there are 5 working days a week, will employees have to work Saturday and Sundays for the rest of their contract?
They do anyway.
Sorry, Provost. I would just like to go back for the F49 bus service from Bonestal and Lithgow via Blackness. Now, I know Mr Jeffrey has discussed with Chris Cox. Mr Jeffrey hasn't really discussed this with his community bus team. So it's not a given that that will go ahead. There has been tentative suggestions. There's not been huge discussions. If this is cut, that will leave Blackness without any service if the Bowness Community Bus cannot provide a service. They may well do, but nothing has been decided. I can guarantee you that.
Thank you for that information. Now, I believe that although Councillor Garner has spoke when he seconded the motion, Councillor Spears went in now. Councillor Garner, sorry.
I want to slightly deviate from what we've spoken about today, but it's really relevant regarding the Labour amendment regarding the food programme for summer. Now, I was in attendance at Grangemouth Community Council this week, where we're looking into plans for the post-Brexit, whatever happens, and I'll certainly not look across there for advice. But if we run into serious food shortages, and thank God that we're financing the food programme, then our whole district's going to be in serious problems. And for the life of me, I can't understand how a socialist, or so-called socialist, administration, whether they're living in the real world, as somebody said earlier on, or as somebody says before, they're just grandstanding. What on earth are they thinking about, and who are they representing? There are serious, serious times ahead, and we need to prepare for that. There's going to be job losses. I think we provided something like 17,000 meals over the summer to kids. These are the people we need to look after. And for to come forward and to remove that is quite mind-boggling. And you've not just left me struggling to comprehend it, you've left the public struggling.
Okay, thank you for your input as usual, Councillor Spears. Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Provost. Like everybody else, I'd like to congratulate Robert on taking the leadership of the Falkirk Labour branch. I also like to thank Mr Smale and the finance team and all the other officers who sat with myself and Councillor McCluckie to explain the differences and the aspects of the figures. Is very uplifting, and it was good to get. I have just a couple of things, Provost. Can I ask, leading on from Councillor Nimble's question to Councillor Garner? See, I understand what you're saying, they already work the weekends. I don't know their contracts. Are they any 5 for 7, or will this mean that they'll work every weekend? Because they'll not work every weekend at the moment. So does that mean we'll need to change their contract, or will it just stay the same? Or Mrs Geisler, or whoever, eh?
Thank you, Provost. We have a number of employees at the both Rough Community at the moment who are on temporary contracts, and with this, if this change were to be implemented, those contracts would be terminated. In relation to the balance of the staffing, it's not intended that anyone's contract will be changed. It may well be that their working patterns will change, but the contracts wouldn't be. It's not our intention to change the contract.
Okay, because it is a different... I've been on the shifts, and when it's your weekend in, you can't wait till next week when you're off. But if you're going to be working every week, it's a hard thing to bear. A couple of other things. I totally agree with Councillor Reid regarding we're accepting these cuts over the next 5 years. Why should we accept them? Why should we not fight them? And I totally agree with him. Something that Councillor Bowes and nobody else picked up on it, and that's why I no supporting the 4.5 increase, because what it states is you get penalised next year, so we could lose money for the Scottish Government if we put the poll tax up. Is that correct? Sorry, council tax. Yeah. So nobody else picked. I certainly picked up on it, and getting less money than we got this year, it's hard enough. And just to reiterate what Councillor Nicholl says about working closer, it's a hard enough job, but if you work a bit closer, it doesn't matter who it is, if you work a bit closer, we can get to a better outcome. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you for your input, Councillor Kerr. Now, before we go to the leader to wind up, and before we go to the vote, Councillor Garner already spoke, but he says that he has a couple of questions, so it's questions only, Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Provost, and thanks for being very fair. Before I move on to a couple of questions within my own remit, I'd like to ask Kenneth or Brian to confirm a recent Falkirk Council press release, and it's just for a clarification on figures here. And in it says, our transformation project, Council of the Future, is making huge savings efficiencies with around £9 million projected for next year alone. I'm presuming that is related to the £1 million we are proposing to invest within the transformation. Is this correct?
Thank you, Provost.
The 9 million is a figure which appears in the 5-year business plan profile on page 33, and indeed the investment of 1 million is about driving forward that programme of change in order to maximise the transformational savings.
Yeah, so we have, in fact, it's going to help along, I think it's £9.6 million of possible savings to the Council, which is excellent and can't be ignored in my opinion. I'd like to ask the Director of Development Services, who has kindly joined us at the front here, to give her views and a bit of clarification on our proposals and what it would mean, and more importantly, what Labour Group's proposals would mean. And the 4 options I'm looking at, because I think there was a bit of... it wasn't... I don't think they understood it totally. The £500, the 500k, yes, the 500k we have earmarked towards roads maintenance and the reorganisation. What would this mean to the service? The community safety team, which is another reorganisation of the service as well, what that would mean to the frontline services. Also, if you could touch on the improvements that we have put in towards the special uplifts, that would be helpful. And also, could I have her thoughts on the 20k towards reducing, or towards helping the litter strategy? That would be excellent.
Thank you, Provost. In relation to the roads contribution, the most recent statistics in respect of our RCI, which are road conditions indicators, report considers that with our current level of spend on roads at the end of year 20, I think the most recent year was year 2, if I'm recalling correctly, we will have gone from a 37% of our roads requiring treatment to something in the region of 64%. If we invest, 56%, if we invest £2.7 million extra every year, we will be in a standing state. So an additional £500,000 contribution will slow down the deterioration proportionally between these two figures. The special uplift arrangements, obviously, what we are endeavouring to do is to reduce the amount of waste to landfill. And in my view, a free special uplift avoids the rigour of the recycling aspect of special uplifts. In my experience, people will put things in a special uplift which is free rather than try to recycle them or put them in a charity, put into charity, recycle that way. The service that we're proposing to introduce, as you mentioned in your presentation, is to collect a wider range of items than we've previously done, and indeed provide a service that will hopefully be valued by communities, because it's the council that's providing that service, and it will be a value for money service, because there's no requirement for us to make a profit. It will be based on a cost recovery model. The contribution to the litter strategy in communities is very welcomed. As has been mentioned already today, we are endeavouring to empower our communities to be more self-reliant. This is work that we've been doing, and this is recognised through the work that Fiona's team are leading on in relation to localities modelling. And as has also been mentioned in here today, there's communities are very willing to participate in that agenda, and we see the litter element of that as being something that's already embedded in a number of communities, and this would provide equipment and resources to allow that to be rolled out. So I would be very welcoming of that. Hopefully that's something that we can build on in the future. Yep. So she's bidding for more money. And the last point I think that you raised was in relation to the community safety team provision. The administration's proposals for savings are £60,000, and that could be achieved by a restructuring within development services to accommodate that saving. Does that cover everything?
It was a 19.
Pretty much, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. In the interest of fairness, we're going to let either the leader of the opposition or the deputy leader come back in. If you have any questions in relation to what you've heard. Councillor Bissett, did you want to come back in? And is it questions?
I'd just like to ask Councillor Alexander a question. We said there'd only be 40 jobs cut. Yet in the admin proposal it says 130.7. And the second question is the Change Fund, will that deliver a bigger council and more services for the people out there, or what will it do? And the third one is basically, instead of keeping community wardens, we're basically giving the tools to the people and saying, you get on with it yourself. That's hardly very commendable, is it?
You've got direct questions. You don't need to get a direct answer. Councillor Alexander, I'm in your hands. Question's been put to yourself. It's up to you whether you want to respond.
Yeah, quite happy to respond.
Thank you.
Provost. The figure of 40 is a net figure, and the 120 you refer to is a gross figure. But when you look at the jobs that have been created, such as the 14 classroom assistants, such as those in the expansion of the child places, etc., the net figure is 40.
With regarding the Change Fund, the £1 million, will the council be more expansive in the future, and what will the people out there get? Will they get better services? Another one was just basically a statement about the community work.
Yes, thank you, Provost. As I said earlier, we're working towards the business plans coming back to the Council in May, and what you'll see in there is a series of different projects under the headings which are shown in the table of the 5-year business plan profile on page 33. So the different projects will have different facets to them. So, for example, we've already spoken about, for example, Closer to Home, which is an example of a project where we can invest in order to both improve services and take cost out of the system. In some areas we might be expanding, so in terms of the entrepreneurial work stream, we've already got 1 or 2 good examples of this in the Council, where we invest in equipment or resources that then enable us to generate additional income. So I am a believer in where we can grow ourselves out of the challenging financial position trying to do that. Another strand, of course, is digital, and if we invest in digital equipment which can both help provide the kind of level of service that our customers would expect in terms of the access to services that they would hope for, but also can then take cost out of the system. So there's a variety of potential ways in which that fund can be used. Some will be about growth, some will be about digital, some will be about changed working relationships with communities. Some might be about just simply different ways of providing services, perhaps in partnership with other authorities. So there's a range of potential measures, and that will be much more fully set out when we bring forward the business plans in May.
Okay.
I'd just like to say, so are we doing more for the people of Falkirk or less? Is that a yes or a no?
It was a 19-1 just on something that Councillor Blackwood said. He noted that the CAB funding from the Scottish Government, that some of that was ring-fenced, and that is actually, he is correct, but I think we need to look at the totality of what Citizens Advice Scotland, which is disseminated across the Bureau, and that's not for a second. I've worked in the voluntary sector my whole career. I do know how challenging it is.
Wait a minute. Excuse me. The question that your 19-1 was on the fact that Councillor Blackwood misinformed.
Yes.
But did you misinform when you just acknowledged that the money is ring-fenced?
No. What I said is it's about actually talking about the totality of the funding, which last year was £6.4 million to Citizens Advice Scotland. Some of the new money is ring-fenced, but not all of it. For example, there's money for the EU Citizens Advice Project. There's also about over £3 million for financial health checks. So I just wanted to make sure there was clarity on that. That was all, Provost.
Thank you, Provost. And I will try and keep this brief because I think it's been a long debate and there's been a lot of things said, and I'm very aware that there's a further amendment still to come. I think we have to live in the real world, and the financial pressures I don't think are going to go away. I don't think they're going to go away for a number of reasons, and the threat of Brexit is one of the things that's out there. So while we can pontificate about the bigger picture, and we should continue to put pressure on national government, we still have to deal with the here and now. Priorities: health and social care, education, and additional funding to focus on their areas to improve health, well-being and life chances, as well as to maintain the independence of people, and funding has been provided for that. I can't possibly see why MD would think that's a bad thing. Yet we're hearing that, particularly from the Labour group today, that's not what they want to see. So it's for them to justify at the end of the day. Taxing people, particularly our hard working, struggling families, lone parents. I think that's really difficult to square right now, knowing that the pressures, knowing the people that come to my surgery and everybody else's surgeries day on day, and how that is going to be justified out there. And that's why I couldn't vote for that particular increase. They've produced a budget based on short-termism, populist proposals in order to get the sound bites in the press. It's an easy option when in opposition. You don't have the same accountability. However, the financial governance of this council is everyone's responsibility. The SNP budget brings financial stability, not just for this year, but looking towards the future. And that's why we've brought this forward. We've worked very hard to do that, and we feel it's the right thing for the people of Falkirk. And turning to the questions now, and I understand some of them have already been addressed, so I'll touch on them very, very lightly. Councillor Nicholl asking about the flower beds, etc. We are looking to build on our current growing and biodiversity strategies within the council and community empowerment. We already have started that, and we've seen that happening within Falkirk High Street with the growing programme there. That is something that we're now looking to try and roll out throughout the district, and we do have interest in people willing to take that on, and they recognising the financial constraints of the council and wanting to see more money going into education, health, social care, etc., are willing to step up and look to do that. There's potential great opportunities there, and looking to local businesses as well, and seeking sponsorship, and that is what we should now be doing for some of those areas. In relation to the Kinneil Nursery, Lynn and I have had a number of discussions around this, and as has Councillor Ritchie, and we do have people that are interested in taking that particular area on. It requires a significant amount of investment from our perspective, but someone else coming in may well be able to access some external funding to support them, and we will continue to work as a partner in that, as will the Community Trust as well, in bringing forward a potential programme, a community asset transfer or a social enterprise down there, depending on what the community groups want to do and to develop that. And I think that's an added value, and it helps to create that civic pride that we continue to want to foster. In relation to DB26 and the Trust maintenance, there's been a significant investment in the Trust with a minimal cut, albeit still a cut within their budget, but there's also been some additional funding provided as capital, as we'll see as we come into the capital programme, and they feel that that small amount of £20,000 is something that is manageable. So there have been discussions around that. And speaking now to Councillor Reid in relation to the working group, I see this council as the working group for lobbying. Every member should be able to be involved and participate within that. What we have had, though, is a series of working groups asked for by the Labour group that haven't been well attended, haven't been supported, and haven't been overly engaged within. Therefore, I am not minded to take on yet another group where it's not going to be productive. But I am more than happy to work in collaboration, more than happy if that is what the Labour Group want to do. I had hoped with the change in leadership that we may have got that. It's disappointing that they've chosen not to do that through the budget process, as I do believe we could have come to some consensual agreement across, which would have been far better for Falkirk Council than this polarised tripartite that we find ourselves in, which is really disappointing. But I do hope that Councillor Bissett and Councillor Coombs were genuine and when they met with us, that they will seriously look at working in much better collaboration, and we can look to do that across the Council for the benefit of all our citizens and going forward. I move our motion.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll just go to the vote. Yes. So what we're voting on, I just want to clarify, because obviously Councillor Nicholl will be coming in shortly.
Yes, thank you, Provost. The motion which has been circulated is moved by Councillor Meikle-John and seconded by Councillor Garner, and there is an amendment which has also been circulated, moved by Councillor Bissett and seconded by Councillor Coombs. Provost Buchanan.
Amendment.
Deputy Provost Ritchie.
Motion.
Councillor Aitchison. Councillor Alexander.
Motion.
Councillor Balfour.
Motion.
Councillor Binney.
Motion.
Councillor Bissett. Councillor Black. Councillor Blackwood. Councillor Bowes. Councillor Coleman. Councillor Colley. Councillor Coombs. Councillor Garner. Councillor Grant. Councillor Harris. Councillor Hughes. Councillor Kerr. Councillor McHugh. Councillor McCluckie. Councillor Meikle-John. Councillor Monroe. Councillor Murtagh. Councillor Nicholl. Councillor Nimmo. Councillor Patrick. Councillor Reid. And Councillor Spears. Provost, there are 13 votes for the motion, 9 votes for the amendment with 6 abstentions. The motion is accordingly carried, against which notice of further amendment has been given by Councillor Nicholl.
I think those who can quickly do the arithmetic, it bears out what I said at the start of today's proceedings, that really we have to work together because we all have good ideas. Many of the ideas put forward by Robert I would have gladly supported had it not been for the fact that it's really all or nothing. And similarly, many good ideas came from colleagues across there, and how much easier it would be if we do take, as the leader has suggested, all an active part in the working group, and for future working together so we can bring forward something that across the piece we can all generally support. I'm not wishing to repeat myself, Provost, at this time of day. Suffice to say that there were some flaws in both budgets which precluded our supporting them. There were 2 particular issues of concern. That's not to say that we have many concerns about some of the things that have been inevitable today. But there were 2 areas in general that we would just wish to highlight further. And I don't think the fact, I know Paul briefly mentioned them there, but also there is an amendment which I would be happy if Brian could circulate to colleagues regarding the 2 issues that I'm going to speak about. Just when they're being handed out, the 2, and for speed, Provost, if I could be forgiven for just continuing. The amendment is in substitution for clause 1 of the motion. Council agrees to the balanced budget set out in the report, subject to the deletion of the following saving options: the removal of the special uplift arrangements, and DV05, the brown bin monthly, going to a brown bin monthly collection. I noted the Rona said that
work has been done, and there was an acknowledgement that the change in the special uplift procedures would bring certain challenges. I'm particularly on this one, and I'm not going to say, as an earlier speaker has, that people on the other side of the argument aren't showing compassion, because I think that all 30 members show compassion. But there are situations where perhaps people don't have access to vehicles, particularly older people, and then they do rely on getting this one special uplift service. So whilst I respect what Rona said, I still think it's worth flagging up. I'm not expecting this change to go through. One thing about being a Tory in Falkirk is that you have to be quite realistic. But, however, I think it would be unfair if I didn't flag up a service that is very well used by a lot of elderly people. And in saying that, I do pay due regard to the fact that Councillor Garner is introducing proposals to introduce this 10 permit scheme. So I do accept the fact that for white van men getting access, so there might be a boost in the trade there, rather than having to pay tipping tickets. So that will certainly help alleviate. But I am still concerned about people who, as I say, find difficulty in discarding goods. And as we all know, what often happens when that situation arrives is that people take them away, perhaps say that they'll take them to Kinneil or Roughmute, but in fact they end up in Pomont Woods. And of course the other situation, as we see as we go about our wards, things just get abandoned and dumped. So that is a concern. Also, brown bin, moving to a monthly uplift, will certainly affect those, particularly with larger gardens, I do admit, and shrubs. So that is an issue there, what happens to the things. So it's going to lead to more miles used for people to go down to Kinneil or Roughmute to get rid of those. Now, I emphasise, in the scheme of things, these things may be quite small, but they do affect a number of people in the area. They haven't really been discussed today, so I'm happy to flag up our concerns regarding the cessation of special uplifts, or the free special uplift, and also moving the brown bin to a monthly collection. So, with that, Convener, as I say, I've got no hopes or expectations, but I just wanted to flag that up. And because I have no hopes or expectations, I have, with this, probably taken the easy option of suggesting that if it was successful, that money comes from reserves. But, however, I'm sure we could look at that if to my amazement, that this is supported by one of the other two parties. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got a seconder.
Happy to second, Provost. Thank you.
Thank you. Everybody, I've got a copy of this further amendment. Does any of the groups, the administration or the Labour group, want time to take out to discuss it? Your good selves. Okay, the administration.
Be helpful with 10, 15 minutes?
15 minutes, then. That's, we're back here about just 10 to. Thank you. Reconvene the meeting. Thank you for taking the opportunity to go out and scrutinise the further amendment. I'll go straight to Councillor Meiklejohn. Is it Councillor Garner? Okay, Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Provost. As you can see, we took the full 15 minutes there, Malcolm, to deliberate over your proposals. And I think if I look at the first one, DVO3, I think that's been highlighted by myself and indeed the Director of Development Services, that this is an improved service that we're going to be hopefully giving to the community in relation to what actual items got uplifted, and hopefully we become Falkirk Council become a trusted trader and more people use it for the special uplifts. In relation to DVO 5, moving the brown from monthly back to 2 weekly, we feel this is a large saving, and it's something that we, in the current climate, we can't accept. The saving is that large that we have to look at this. What we'll do is, we will guarantee it now, we'll look at and assess the changes throughout the year and see how they've been implemented and how they've been accepted within the communities. But yes, that's where we are with that. So.
Okay, thanks very much. So just to simplify it, just to simplify the situation, that the further amendment as put forward by Councillor Nicholl has not been accepted by the administration to put in their original motion. So, as members want to debate it, or we just want to go to the vote, because we've already had a very lengthy discussion. So, what would members like to do?
Well, convener.
Yep.
You know, I've made a play all day today that I'm happy to meet a person halfway. So, if Councillor Gardner is guaranteeing that these savings are reviewed over the summer months, then, you know, subject to agreement with my colleagues, and I've not discussed this with my colleagues, it may be that we don't push this to a vote.
Okay, so you want an adjournment 10 minutes?
5
minutes. 5 minutes.
5 minutes will do, convener. Okay.
The interval for Councillor Nicholl and his colleagues to discuss what Councillor Garner had stated in relation to their discussions on the further amendment for Councillor Nicholl. Right, Councillor Nicholl.
Thank you, Provost. I'm happy to report there has been no rebellion in the Conservative ranks, and they see the good sense. They see the good sense in the proposal that if the sorry, Paul, I don't know. It's easier to call you Paul than I don't know your title. But if the relevant portfolio holder, Paul, undertakes to bring a report on how these two things are working later on in the year, presumably the autumn, then that will suffice. And of course, we all know Paul's email address, so every complaint that the Conservative members get will be redirected on to him. So if he's happy to give that undertaking, Provost, I won't push this to a vote.
So you're withdrawing your further amendment?
If he's happy to give that undertaking.
Fine.
Happy to do that, Provost.
Fine. And your seconder quite happy to withdraw? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, item 4, Capital Strategy 2020, 2023-24, report by Director of Corporate Service Housing Services, but it will be Mr Smale, pages 270 to 285 on your agenda. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Provost. This is a new and an important precursor to consideration of the capital programme and reflects requirements of two important codes, the Prudential and the Treasury. It essentially sets out the broad medium-term context at a high level. The first element is at 4.1, asset management, and that sets out the obvious link with the capital planning process and then draws out the importance of the Council's strategic property review, with which you'll be very familiar. Section 4.2.1 outlines the capital bid process. There's a very structured process that's followed, with the Council's priorities very much hardwired into the process, and you'll see that reflected in the table at 4.2.2. Section 4.3 deals with the capital programme over the forthcoming period, but given that's the next item on the agenda, little point in dwelling on that. Section 4.3.7 picks up on the funding assumptions for both the HRA and the General Fund, noting that the main sources in both cases are borrowing and government grant, albeit with the HRA a relatively higher proportion comes from borrowing. Section 4.6 picks up on the important link with Treasury. In some respects, they're opposite sides of the same coin. Most capital expenditure is financed by borrowing, and this section gives you an overview of the control and risk management context of the prudential indicators. And you can see at the bar chart. There's a number of bar charts there, which I won't labour. But at 4612, page 280, you can see the Council's debt maturity profile, close on £250 million of debt spread out over that fairly lengthy time period there. Section 4.8 picks up the linkage with the medium-term financial plan. Of course, capital spend inevitably leads to revenue consequences, so there's a direct linkage there. And perhaps finally, in section 410, Council of the Future, where there's a significant element in the capital programme geared to business transformation enabling projects, and that's an important element in taking the transformation agenda, about which we've had some dialogue this morning. So just jumping back to the recommendation at 2, invites Council to agree the capital strategy for the 5-year period of the medium term. Thank you, Provost.
Okay, thank you, Mr Smale. Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you, Provost. Our capital strategy is in keeping with our longer-term financial planning, and there's a need to review under the new financial regulations our capital management in any case. It links very closely to our medium-term financial plan and will form part of the business cases. It will also set out a framework for the Council to work within and going forward. Strategy is integral to the longer-term financial planning and the implications upon the Council's revenue budget. Therefore, the links with the strategic property review are quite critical in going forward. And this will have to be a dynamic plan which will need to be reviewed on an annual basis in order to be refreshed and in keeping with any changes as we go forward. I'm therefore happy to move this, as it creates a suite of financial management documents for the Council as we go forward.
Okay, thank you. Seconder, Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Provost. Happy to second, reserving the right.
Okay, thank you. Open it up for debate. Councillor Bissett, thank you.
Provost, we have an amendment on that on page 282, item 4.9.1.1, which Mr Perry will hand around. What's the next thing?
Can you hear me?
It's definitely the next one. It's the next one. Apologies, Provost. It's actually the next section I've got an amendment for. Thank you. No.
I think there is some concern over the amount of external borrowing and the way it will peak at a time when the Council's struggling a little bit. And then you have this extra spike, is that 226? 227, 226, 227. I don't think I'll be here to see that, but it's quite worrying. Again, that coincides with a period of quite stringent funding from outside. I just wondered if Mr Smale could add some more comments on that. A big spike in 5 years' time and a huge spike in 26, 27.
Yes, Provost. The spikes, as they're referred to, do stand out quite prominently in the bar chart. The first one for the current year is already in hand and has been managed. So in that sense, we can take it off the table. The next big one, 2026-27, that comprises a number of loans over the course of the year. So we're not exposed to one particular point in time where we need to refinance the whole sum shown. And of course, it is an exposure, notwithstanding that one's only got to think back to the financial crisis, 2008, 2007, 2008, and indeed beyond, when credit dried up. And you don't want to leave yourself exposed to such an environment. So we have time to reschedule that debt, notwithstanding we already have an element of protection built in with it, split over the course of that financial year to reprofile that peak over several other years, just to dampen the effect. So it's something very much on the radar. It's difficult not to be on the radar, and I can give assurance it's in hand.
Okay, thank you. I think Councillor Nicholl had his light on there.
I did, Provost, but the question that I was going to ask on behalf of my group was so similar to Councillor Reid's that the answer that Brian gave will suffice.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we've got a motion moved and seconded. Is anybody otherwise minded? Can you agree? Agree? Thank you very much for that. That moves us on then to item 5. It's the 5-year General Fund Capital Programme 2019-2020, 22023. And the report again is by Mr Smale, and it's pages 286 to 325 in your agenda. Thank you, Mr Smale.
Thank you, Provost. We now enter the home straight. The capital programme now, as you'll see, is stretched from 3 to 5 years, and I think that's appropriate in terms of aligning with our medium-term financial planning. You'll also be aware that the HR capital programme was submitted and considered by Council at its meeting in January. Section 4.1 picks up on the resources side of the equation, and as you can see illustrated in the table at para 4.1.1, borrowing and Scottish Government grant are the two main sources, very much chiming with what was said in the capital strategy. The Scottish Government element of grant includes the return of the reprofiled grant that was in effect borrowed from councils some 4 years ago and now, as promised, repaid. The settlement gave us a capital grant sum a bit lower than we'd anticipated, but within a margin of error that we could absorb by just picking it up through additional borrowing. So that's all been perfectly manageable. Section 4.2 picks up on the service investment. You'll see that for each service area, the narrative draws out some of the key projects, and if I could just quickly run through that section and draw out some examples. So for children's services, we've got a number of extensions at schools, primarily primary, but also you'll see for Larbert High School, and we have the major investment from the Scottish Government, which we've touched on earlier in the meeting, for early learning and childcare. For development services, maybe a couple to pick out there is the Denny Eastern Access Road, the DEAR, which was subject of agreement at the last budget a year ago. And the Grangemouth Flood Protection Scheme, which is a very, very large sum and clearly very much predicated on the necessary government grant being forthcoming. For corporate housing services, the IT business transformation, a key element there, and also the new council headquarters and arts centre is located under that section of the budget. And so far as social work adult services goes, there's the ongoing proposals for dealing with older people's accommodation. And finally, with respect to the trust, the community trust, as Council agreed at its meeting in December, to support the Trust's initiative, revenue generating initiative for capital investment at both the Mariner Centre and Stenhouse Muir Gym. Section 4.3 picks up on revenue implications, but most particularly and acutely reflected in the table at para 4.3.2, the implications of the Council HQ and Arts Centre reflected in the draft programme. Clearly, we have a long way to go in terms of due process, notably the tender stage, before those numbers will be able to crystallise somewhat. But from what we know, it gives you a fairly robust sense of the envelope of investment that we are dealing with. 4.4 touches on the slippage allowance, which is built into the programme, and members of the Executive will be well aware of the discussions that have taken place during the course of the year on slippage and the remedial action that, following an internal audit review, has been agreed and implemented, and hopefully we should see the benefit of that flowing through in the forthcoming financial year. The prudential indicators are appended, and they're consistent with the prudential code and designed to give assurance that the investment is taking place within, as the name suggests, prudential parameters. And in terms of concluding the report, I think we can see that there's significant capital investment, some 220 million over the course of the 5-year life of the programme. And if you align that with some 280 in the HRA programme that was agreed, that's £500 million of capital investment over the life of the programme. So significant investment going in on both the council housing side and the rest of our service portfolio. Clearly, investment of that scale needs tight monitoring and management over the course of the period. And if we just jump back to the recommendations at section 2, Provost, you can see them set out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steele, once again. The leader, Councillor Nicholson, thank you.
Thank you, Provost. Within a challenging financial climate, delivering on a capital programme has difficulties, particularly moving forward in the potential variation in costs, supplies, materials, workforce as a result of the financial instability at a national level. On the other hand, there is a clear need to use a capital programme to deliver on the corporate plan and on key projects that will support the Council's financial plans and enabling for economic growth. And that includes projects such as the DEAR and other projects that are contained within the programme, amounting up to £220 million. And that also includes the capital investment for the Trust and be able to delivering their commercial projects that should help reduce the need for public service funding in the future. Much of the capital programme is phased projects and are supporting the pressures within our school estate, expansion of our early years programmes, road safety, with allocated funds towards larger projects such as the flood prevention, leaving very little capacity to reprofile. However, taking a longer-term plan over 5 years enables the projects to be phased and makes it more manageable financially. That's why, even at an early stage, larger projects, which are critical to our economic strategy and the financial viability of our town centre to retain jobs, etc., the HQ replacement and Arts Centre have to be planned for. As indicated in the report, there would be a requirement for significant borrowing, which will impact on our revenue budget. Therefore, there is a need to mitigate the impact by looking at alternative sources of funding, including capital receipts, external funding, such as the Town Centre Regeneration Programme by the Scottish Government, and indeed our growth deal, a partnership with Scottish and UK governments, which is moving forward positively. I would therefore commend the attached capital programme and move the following motion. Council agrees the capital programme in Appendix 1 of the report, notes the prudential indicators, notes that A, Locating its services can act as a catalyst to revitalising our town centre, and that the importance of doing this is recognised by the commitment to locate the Council headquarters and Arts Centre in Falkirk Town Centre, and indicative borrowing requirement to fund such a major project. Council agrees, as recommended by the Executive, that capital receipts from the Gateway development are earmarked for town centres regeneration, and commits to explore potential options of external funding and grants in order to limit the Council's need for borrowing. I am happy to move a capital programme.
Thank you, Provost. In seconding this motion, let me highlight one very important project in the SNP manifesto pledge for Ward 3, Denny and Banknock. Dear, as alluded to earlier by Mr Smale, Denny Eastern Access Road. I'm sure all ward councillors, Councillor Harris, Councillor Blackwood and my colleague Councillor Colley, will agree on this one. I cannot emphasise enough how important this infrastructure will be to our communities. This idea had been talked about and indeed required for as far back as I can remember, so hearing the project design and delivery are on programme with a completion date of August-September 2020 is welcome news indeed. Although the main purpose of the new road is to ease the congestion at Denny Cross, it will also unlock future housing developments, increasing revenue for the Council and be beneficial to businesses and retailers in and around the town centre, and I'm sure assist in the regeneration. This, along with other projects contained within this capital budget, are moving the Council in the right direction. Provost, I firmly second this motion.
Okay, thank you for that. I would just echo the sentiments in relation to the Denny Eastern Access Road, which obviously has got a major impact on everybody in the West. And for many, many years, everybody's been looking to try and make sure that this was financially stable to get it started. Obviously, initially it was going to be coming for developer contributions, but to attain that, you may be talking 20, 25 years at the growth of building. So I think it's going to be beneficial to every single person that's travelling that area. Okay, the issue is that have everybody got a copy of the capital programme motion? Everybody got a copy of this? You'll see that item 3 and 4 are maybe newly added areas within it. Do you want time to look at that, or are you quite happy then to go forward and debate at the moment? Everybody quite happy then to go forward and debate? Fine. Okay, we'll go to Councillor Bissett.
Provost, as I said earlier on, and we've got an amendment, and it's page 288, and it centres around 4.13, the new headquarters and arts project. And given that we're trying to be fiscally prudent and tough times lie ahead, so this amendment basically centres around trying to be fiscally prudent. And I'll read it out, if that's okay.
Well, hold on a second, just want to clarify. Are you happy for us to circulate it first? If you want to take a wee seat for a minute, okay, we'll circulate it so everybody's got it in front of them. That's a lot easier. Thank you.
Provost, can I ask a question? This is one of the major projects that we face. I invited a member of the Labour group and a member of the Conservative group to join the working group. I believe in joint working. I believe that there are some issues that unites us all. We've not even seen an amendment, an important amendment, at this stage of proceedings today. And I would ask you, if you're serious about the issue of joint working, that we use this as an example of what not to do.
Okay, thank you. What's for us, as we've got in front of us just now, it's the first time that I've had an opportunity. If members want to take it away and discuss it, I'm looking at the two groups, the administration. I'm looking at Councillor Nichols. Do you want at this stage to go and have a discussion amongst yourselves? Councillor Nichols, what about your group?
It's very difficult when something's just presented to you and you've not had a chance to look at it, or indeed hear the officer's opinion on something. So I would certainly even at this late stage in the day, ask for an adjournment. And
okay,
perhaps
quite happy with that?
At some stage visit our group room.
I think there's an element of clarity needed about what this is actually asking
Right.
for, because it looks like a diminution of what we are trying to actually achieve.
Right, well, we'll have a break when we come back. There might be questions that will ask us before we go into debate. We can ask officers questions. So we'll have a 15-minute debate. Come back at 22. Thank you. Okay, just to reiterate where we are, we've had a motion moved and seconded. We're having an amendment which there's been an opportunity to look at. And I'm going to hand you over to Mr Moody, who's just going to clarify exactly the position as it stands. Thank you, Mr.
Yes, thank you, Provost. And it's just exactly as you say there. We have the motion moved on the Capital Programme report from the administration by the leader and seconded by Councillor Garner. And we've had an amendment proposed to that by Councillor Bissett, which is yet to be seconded. And I think we've also yet to hear from Councillor Bissett in support of his amendment, and he would be entitled to speak in support of his amendment.
Okay, so we'll go to Councillor Bissett first, if you want to come back. Councillor Bissett in relation to...
Aye, Provost. It's just as I said before, really, it's to ensure, given the fiscally tough times that we live in, it's to try and ensure that we're being prudent, and when it comes to the municipal building and the Arts Centre, that we give careful consideration financially to it. And basically that's what the amendment says. I mean, I can read it out if you want, or... well, okay. The amendment says, Council agrees that given the projections of increase in capital expenditure and consequent increase in revenue expenditure over a period when the Council will be facing major cuts, that when the Executive determines the criteria and they're waiting for assessing bids for the proposed Council HQ and Arts Centre in Falkirk Town, it should pay particular regard to affordability and avoid attaching undue weight to the regeneration benefit of a particular proposal. I know it will go to the Executive for a decision, but I just wanted to make this point clear. Thank you.
Have we got a seconder for that? And
happy to second, Provost. I just want to reiterate what we're saying here is that the correct amount of weight should be given to the proper decision-making on this amount of spend. It is a big spend, and as we heard earlier, it will involve a huge amount of loans and repayments on the revenue budget in the future.
We'll go to the Leader of the Council, Councillor Meiklejohn, just to get your views on what you've decided in terms of this, attaching it to the original motion.
I'm going to pass over to the economic portfolio holder, and I'll deal with anything else with that lined up in motion.
Yes, Provost. First of all, can I repeat what I was saying earlier on? I'm disappointed that this motion is handed in this afternoon without any consultation, without any ability for us to discuss this beforehand. Because if you had been able to point out in private that we don't actually have the power to attract undue weight, that comes through the best value process, and that comes through officers of the Council making recommendations to the relevant committee. Also, I have to say that there's never been an attempt to restrict members on our part from participating. In fact, what we've done is we've given increased determination to ensure that all members can contribute. But we recognise as well that we can't have 30 members turning up to the working group that was established. And again, it was established by invitation, and we made sure that all parties were represented by individuals who had shown in the past that they were either representatives of Falkirk Town Centre or they had a commitment, a clear commitment. People with a record, and I make no apology for pointing out former Provost Pat Reid and John Patrick from the Conservatives for that. It was my idea. I take full responsibility for that. Since then, we've seen the working group become the effective organisation I think it is at the moment. It's about to move on to the next phase, and that again will involve all party representation. The only attempt to curtail the working group was made at the executive some considerable time ago, with a motion that at the time was regarded as being unfortunate in the least, to say the least. The belief that we can achieve regeneration of Falkirk Town Centre is something that has to be there. We cannot undermine that belief, cannot undermine that responsibility with the motions which really don't say anything, because the major thrust of this motion is going to happen anyway. So why raise the concern in the manner in which it's been done? Why not raise it privately with your colleagues on other sides, with the Conservative Group leader, with myself, with the leader of the council, with Councillor Patrick, Councillor Reid, whoever? Why not raise that issue rather than seek to undermine the process? We're really at a junction with this particular programme. We either accept the fact that we're going to deliver it together, or it's not going to get delivered. And what we're looking for is honesty and transparency in the whole situation. The honesty and transparency from our side of it, in terms of the viability and affordability, comes through the democratic process of this council. It comes with the reports from officers, and it comes from the questioning of the executive and the decision taken by the executive at that time, the appropriate time, whether or not this proceeds. Until then, all options are on the table. And that's the important thing, that all options are on the table. It's important that we recognise that the message we send out is important to the market at a time when we're desperately trying to attract attention to Falkirk, and where we were succeeding in attracting a reputation in Falkirk as a doing authority once again, and that's something that is important. The only doubts we've heard expressed is doubts that the three parties can work together. Now, we've tried to demonstrate to the shopkeepers, the traders, and those with a financial stake in Falkirk Town Centre, we can work together. Councillor Nicholl and I made joint representation to the UK Government with regards to the issues relating to the investment zone. We've just agreed a briefing for Councillor Nicholl and Councillor Bissett in relation to where we are within this particular project and the implications from the last meeting of the way the working group in particular has to go next. And I don't know if that has gone out yet.
5 minutes, Councillor Alexander.
Okay, thank you. I think, Provost, I think we can start off with a clean sheet of paper on this. And I would really ask Mr Bissett to withdraw this today. If he still feels in the same way when this report comes to committee, that's fine. Do that. At least then we have the opportunity to discuss it beforehand, have the opportunity to assess all of the aspects of it. But I'd ask him, in all seriousness, to do that today, to show that he has taken on board what I've said and what has been said throughout the chamber today, including by yourself, Robert, that we're going to have to work together in future. We're going to have to work together on the major projects, and this is a major project. So I would seriously ask you to withdraw it. It can be brought back at any time if you feel that the process is not delivering in the areas that you hoped it to deliver, and any concerns that you have the opportunity to follow those through before we get a motion that I think undermines confidence in the process.
Okay, thank you. So before I bring in Councillor Nicholl's get his light on, just to clarify then, the administration's position is that they're not accepting that amendment to be contained within their motion. Is that correct? Just to clarify.
That's correct, Roberts. The implications of
yeah. Okay, thank you for that. Just clarity. Councillor Nicholl.
Thank you, Convener. I, like the Economic Development Portfolio holder, are disappointed to see this coming forward today, because I had hoped under Robert, and I'm an optimist, so I don't give up hope for the future, that we could work together on projects like this to develop for the good of everybody in the Falkirk Council area. Officers, and indeed the members that David has spoken about, have been working for some time, and eventually we'll see their proposals on this, and I think that should be allowed to continue. Certainly one of the benefits that we see goes very much against the spirit of this. Now, I know we could get into a semantic argument about what the word undue means, but one of the things that has always caused me to be supportive in general, and of course that's not giving a blank cheque to anybody, so I'm not saying that I support absolutely any project that comes forward, but any reasonable project that comes forward, has been because it will do just exactly what Robert seems to be trying to play down, the regeneration benefits of the proposal. We gave an undertaking to the retailers in the town centre of Falkirk that this project would be engineered to help the regeneration. So I just think that this is putting a coach and horses through it. At this time of day, whether undue, what the wording is, I'm frankly not concerned. I think it's a bad motion. I think it shouldn't have come forward. I agree with David on that one. It begins to cause me some concern about just how supportive the Labour group are of the proposal. But as I say, giving a blank cheque to no one, I would like to reassure the Economic Development Portfolio holder that the Conservative group remain rock solid behind the proposals that will come forward, subject to them being satisfactory to us, of course, but the principle that we come together after all these years to build a new headquarters of which Falkirk can be proud and assists, very importantly, assists the regeneration of Falkirk Town Centre is something that really we should all be supporting, not putting a gigantic question mark against, such as this amendment does today. So I have no hesitation in saying that we will vote down this amendment.
Before I bring in Councillor McCluckie, then Councillor Spears, I'll just go back to Councillor Bissett, and just one area we've heard for the portfolio holder in relation to what the amendment was about and what they discussed. You still have a mind to carry on with your amendment, or after listening to the portfolio holder and Councillor Nicholl, do you want to withdraw or do you want to go forward?
Provost, I'd still like to go forward with the amendment, and it's about affordability really. And where this building is just now is in the town centre, you have to draw a circle around it. So really, I'm not withdrawing it. No.
Thanks, Provost. I never seen this 10 minutes ago, so as I say, it's certainly new to me. And I'm not one of the executives and that, and I'm no one for reading all the papers that come out to the council either. I must admit sometimes I miss, well, a few, an awful few. But, so as I say, so sometimes I'm a bit laid back. I've been listening to this today, and I'm trying to get, I was listening to what I thought was a point of clarification for David, but the point of clarification seems to have got me more confused. So maybe if I say what I'm on about, and maybe the Labour group can tell me if that's what they're meaning. I liked what I heard for David there, and it sounds very plausible. You know, if I had been new to the council, I would actually believed it myself. To be honest, it sounded very good. But the fact is, for history, why the history going to build a building here with best value officer's recommendation? It wasn't costing us 30 or 30, it wasn't costing us nothing. Well, we're going to make money off it. And the working group, this all-party working group that David's talking about, worked great then too. The three groups were all happy and Larry, and we were all going to build it the day before the council meeting. And then Cecil got voted by the rest of these and turned around and said, you're not building it. And that was it. The plug pull. And then you get a stick for spending money on something that wasn't going to happen, and it shouldn't have happened. So my feeling is this, I'm going to ask obviously the Labour leader, is the idea is that you've learnt because we've been attacked in the past for maybe going too far a road down and making promises and spending money in bad economic times, and is this to ensure that it doesn't happen again, that we didn't go too far, too many promises, which I don't think is a bad thing to ask for, and waste money unless all parties agree that it's going to happen. Because the last time there was one party didn't agree, and you are the parties bringing a different proposal through, and you want us to agree. Two parties.
I think Councillor McCluckie covered, summed up basically what our thoughts are, and he understands exactly where we're coming from regarding affordability. And I would just like to say, Councillor Alexander talked about working together. In our amendment, we put a proposal forward to work together to meet MSPs and MPs, Conservatives, SNP ourselves, to challenge the cuts, and that was refused.
19-1, Provost. I'm not going to answer that last point because it's too petty. What I would say is that we did invite you to look very much at our manifesto. We invited you to consider the changes that occurred in Falkirk High Street, with for example, the closure of Marks and Spencer's. If you cannot see the difference now and the need now for regeneration of the High Street, at a time when we've lost all these stores, then you will never see that need for regeneration of the High Street. And that's what worries me.
Okay, thank you for that. We've got Councillor Spears now. Thank you, Councillor Spears.
Okay. I don't think we should give this particular amendment undue weight. And to quote somebody, a famous Conservative, you can't send a team into bat with broken bats. This motion is, if anything, way premature. And to question whether it's given undue weight to regeneration benefit, regeneration comes through footfall. The problem with the High Street is lack of footfall. This will secure a huge increase in footfall. We can also incorporate lots of different heritage and historical things into this building. And this is the way forward, and this is how the local traders want to go forward. And this is what we should be working for the people and the traders and the people who use the High Street, and complain bitterly daily on social media and everywhere you want to listen that the High Street is dying. So don't send the team in with broken bats. We want to win this game.
Okay, we're all winners here. Councillor Coleman.
Thank you, Provost. I just want to ask the Labour Group a couple of questions to clarify their thought behind this motion. How much is undue weight? And more directed at your seconder, what is the correct amount of weight given to regeneration versus affordability? And most importantly, why does the Labour Group think that when this decision goes to the Executive, that the Executive won't operate as it does in every other time of making similar decisions and give it the correct amount of weight, give it due consideration and operate as the whole Council does on the principle of best value?
Okay, well, you know the position, Councillor Coleman. You've asked a question, but there is no need to respond if they don't. You've heard the questions coming to Councillor Coleman. You have an opportunity to respond. You have an opportunity not to respond.
Well, I was going to come into the debate. I'll try and answer some of Councillor Coleman's questions if I haven't done them to his satisfaction. I'm sure officers could maybe jump in. Undue, obviously, is not a measurable word, and undue weight is just basically because all we've been hearing about the new headquarters, well, this time around, all we've been hearing is about the regeneration of the town centre. Now, I find it, again, incredulous that from 3 or 4 years ago, when it was a vast vanity project, although it was taking 4 buildings into one on our own land, suddenly now Marks and Spencer's has closed and all these bets are off and we're starting a new game. We're spending more money and we're saving the town centre, which is far more important than saving the cost to the taxpayers. Now, I absolutely appreciate that the town centre is important, both to the retailers and to the people that use it, but it is not the key important driver, and neither should it be whilst we're looking at spending these huge amounts of money. And that's the point we're trying to make here. So undue weight can be whatever you like, but all I'm hearing is that it's the town centre, it's the town centre, it's the regeneration of the town centre. If we're building a new building to make our service more environmentally friendly was one of them, and obviously working from home, we have less people, we need less space. And I think that that needs to be taken into consideration, at least as a level. In fact, no more so. I think the financial impact on the people of Falkirk is far more important. And regarding the regeneration of the town centre, I don't think that our town centre has had a lot of money spent on it, and it does look fabulous now because of the heritage aspect of it, and I think that's what we need to be concentrating on. Our town centre, like every other town centre, is not suffering because the building's here. It's suffering because of internet shopping. So unless we're going to shut down the internet, I'm sorry, this building isn't going to have the impact that you're portraying it to have. And the reason it's been portrayed this way is because you can't call it the vanity project that you said 4 years ago.
Thank you, Provost. Looking at this amendment, there are bits of it that make sense, but then we're already have set our officers to go and do the project to get the best value for money. Interestingly, it was at the executive back in the autumn when the spec, I think, was increased. I hope I've got my numbers right. I'm working from 300 to 500 desks. So already, we've upped the ante a little bit, and that was the Labour group that proposed that, just in the matter of interest. I've confidence that our officers will, under our scrutiny, get best value for money here. What worries me a bit about this motion is the last paragraph, or the last sentence, the last 2 lines. Back at the executive in the autumn of last year, we gave a commitment as a group, as a council, to the people of Falkirk, to the retailers of Falkirk, to the potential developers in Falkirk, that Falkirk Town Council would seek to be in the vanguard of the redevelopment of Falkirk Town Centre. Now, they've all taken that on board. Unfortunately, I find that the statement at the end completely waters that down. I'd be extremely worried about that getting out and being accepted here today. David, and I entirely agreement in what he said. I was pleased to be at the Town Centre Regeneration Committee last week, and there's a great enthusiasm there from across the board. We're partners in there with it, but our partners are looking to us to be at the vanguard, and this would water down that commitment, I feel, and that's why I wouldn't be supporting this amendment.
Thank you very much. Councillor McHugh. Thank you.
I really feel that this amendment is jumping the gun. How can we possibly make a decision on indicatory costs?
I think the amendment is largely being misunderstood. Whether that's deliberately or not, I'm not too sure. It's common sense to me. Take a hypothetical situation. It's purely hypothetical. If a developer came along and chose this site, which is in the town centre, for either or both of the projects, and they were 10 million cheaper, what would your decision be there? I mean, these are the things that we might just face. The figures are probably exaggerated. I'm strongly committed to the refurbishment and rejuvenation of the High Street. But the decision was not High Street, it was town centre. And this is on a map as the town centre. The motion does not take away the money from the capital programme. We could have done that in the last item. We didn't do that. So we're agreeing at the moment to that 35 million still being spent. But that care has to be taken. As David says quite correctly, our expenditure is based on value for money. Now, the officers certainly recommend that to us and describe what is value for money, but the ultimate decision is ours whether it's value for money or not. This is only, I agree, by the way, it's maybe somewhat premature because final decisions will be made at the executive. And as long as they don't depart from the capital programme, then there's no problem. So I think the reaction's been a wee bit exaggerated on your part. I won't go back into history and mention certain phrases that were used by certain people on that side about these particular buildings. That's past. You can't change the past. But don't be frightened by this amendment. It doesn't mean any harm to anybody. It's just saying, be careful, we want value for money. That's been a watchword for as long as I've been in the building.
Okay, thank you for your input, sir. Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, Provost. I totally respect the words of Councillor Reid there, but he says that perhaps we've misunderstood and it's a misunderstanding. I don't think that that's the case. I think that this amendment is what is actually unnecessary. I think that on one hand, what you're saying is that it doesn't constrain anything, and we would, at an executive, take all the information on board that would be presented from officers and the weighting, etc., and all the proposals that would be there. But on the other hand, we're adding an unnecessary layer of uncertainty, and it's more about the message that it's sending out. We're talking about, I'm not either, it's not my portfolio, it's not in my ward, and it's not something which, I'm on the committees for, but it affects every single one of us in this council, the impact of our town centre, and that it is the heart of our district. That we have many town centres, but Falkirk town centre is extremely important. But it's not called the Council HQ Regeneration Committee, as far as I'm aware. It's called the Town Centre Regeneration. And Councillor Coombs was saying about, the impact that this building has on town centre. But to my mind, there's an awful lot more about town centre regeneration and strategy than just what happens with this building. I mean, even from last week when we were going up, seeing the active travel hub opening and some stuff in the heart of our town centre, our growing strategies, bringing life back into the town centre. And I think, yes, council headquarters and the discussions that are around that are incredibly important, but they're also very important from the point of view of the confidence of the traders and of everybody in our district, that we are working together and have that at the heart of our consideration. So I think, although I understand what's being put forward, you're saying there's no threat in it. The problem is the message itself and what it's sending out. It's unnecessary, and I very much hope, as Councillor Alexander was saying, that the invitations have been given to all parties, whether they've attended or not, or variously, or all members, that everybody gets on board on that, takes forward what we need to be doing united, so that the people who are stakeholders who are most involved can have that confidence that we're all going forward together and understand not just one challenge that the town centre has, but the many solutions that might need to come forward to think about the town centre in a completely different way. It's not so much regenerating what was there, it's about reimagining and reinventing for the challenges which we face in the 21st century and not looking back to the past.
Okay, thank you. I think we're going to go now to Councillor Meikle-John to sum up. Thank you.
Provost, I spoke earlier regarding Roberts. I have a comment to make about the actual capital programme. I thought we were just discussing Roberts' amendment. It's got to be very quick. By the time you're thinking about it, I'll say it. I did warn the Chief Executive of the Trust to be sat down, because I'm about to say something very pleasing about the Trust in regard to the Marina Centre soft play area. Can I just congratulate her and her team? It's a tremendous asset. My granddaughter's birthday party was very happy to be there.
Well, would you have a word with Mr Moody after the meeting? Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Provost. I thought it was about the amendment as well, but it's about the capital programme.
I just want to ask anybody anybody who's going to answer my question. In 2017, I wrote the then Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Hansa Youssef, about the Avon Gorge. I got a reply back saying that it was in the next big infrastructure for the Scottish Government for 2020-2021. That's massive for this town. As the leader has already stated, it's the third biggest tourism place in Scotland, and the port, Grangemouth, is one of the biggest used ports in Scotland. So can somebody get me an answer from whoever it needs to be, if this is going to be in stone for us for the next big infrastructure?
I don't have any information at the moment. Obviously, there is a contribution to the project included as part of our TIF investment, but the bulk of the money would need to come from Transport Scotland. But I'll certainly find out for Councillor Kerr and let you know.
Sorry, Provost, can I just have a wee bit of information? It's on page 313, the Avon Gorge, the spend for it.
Right, thank you. It's interesting that there's little comment elsewhere with regard to our capital programme and the investment, particularly in our schools, our school estate. I think that's a very positive contribution in developing our early years there, Provost. Just to remind Councillor McCluckie that the HQ project was pulled by the Labour-led administration, not by the SNP, not by the SNP, because at the end of the day, that you as the Labour-led administration had enough votes to push that particular project through, should you wish to do so. We were entitled to a view, and we gave our view at the end of the day on that project at that time. I think there's a lot of this that's been covered, but and I think that Robert's motion was well intended, but I think the messaging has been slightly out of kilter and not fully understanding the implications of that motion to the wider community. I think it's been unfortunate, and had we been able to have a discussion beforehand, I think we could have actually sorted that out and come to an agreement on something that would have given that assurance. However, I also believe it's unnecessary, and it's up to the executive to decide and agree on the criteria, and members will all have an input to doing that. And by pre-empting that consideration for the executive, we are constraining things. All the information is not available at this meeting in order to be able to make those decisions at this stage, and it will come forward to the executive on the 12th of March, and further information will be available. We wouldn't be allowed to put undue weight onto any project. That's part of our scrutiny and our best value. Similarly, the affordability aspect of it. All of that will have to be taken into consideration. But it needs to be taken into consideration looking at what the added value of whatever project we take forward is in regenerating our town centre. What I'm concerned about is the lack of understanding that something may well be a cost to the taxpayers, and I've already outlined that we would be looking to identify as much external funding and other sources of funding to limit the impact on the council in going forward with such a major project. That in doing so, we would be looking to save jobs in the town centre, keep our town centre economically viable and attractive. Is that not important? Is that not the added value to us being the catalyst to looking to build our HQ or our arts centre in the town centre? And that is the point that I feel that is being missed by some members here. And I would welcome Robert to come along to the Town Centre Working Group and actually become involved within that project and get the depth of feeling from the retailers and the other partners there about what they want to deliver along with us, because I think that is important. What the motion does is create uncertainty. It sends out a message that we are going a little bit soft in our commitments to locating in the town centre. That is not the intention. I don't believe that's the intention, but that is what the gist of that particular last statement has come through as. And it's at a time when we need to be very clear that we are supporting the town centre and working together as a whole. That is what they have clearly said to us in going forward. And I think that we have to be very careful about keeping that integrity and keeping that confidence, particularly around the retail within the town centre and in seeking to bring forward developers, because we do want the best possible outcome. We don't want it to be something that is going to be overly expensive, but we do want it to deliver something other than just bricks and mortar. And that is why we chose not to support the previous project that was brought forward, because we felt that that did not give the added value to the regeneration of our town centre. And if we are looking to develop as an area for tourism in the future, then we need to make sure that we do have a good offering of retail, leisure, culture and other activities within our town centre, not all delivered by the council. We want to work with the private, the third sector, the retailers, but we need to be able to give confidence that we can deliver in that. And by sending out that message that we're not quite sure any longer, which is what this motion does, just puts that element of doubt. And that's why I would urge members to support the SNP motion, a positive motion, and one that is not looking to just spend indiscriminately. We will be very, very clear when the criteria comes forward, and we will scrutinise that and make sure that we do get best value, but that will be balanced out with whatever we actually want to be able to deliver for our town centre and give the business case for that.
Thank you very much. I think it's been a very good debate, and you summed it up very well there. I'm going back to what Councillor Reid says, is that always say that everybody's got an opinion in this council, and that's the way it should be. The issue is that everybody maybe have a different interpretation of what can come on paper. I think that's what Councillor Reid was saying. But other than that, I think it was a very full and frank debate, as it has been all day, and hopefully the future is going to be brighter in this chamber. So we're going to go straight to the vote.
Thank you, Provost. The motion which has been circulated is moved by Councillor Meiklejohn, seconded by Councillor Garner. The amendment which has also been circulated, moved by Councillor Bissett and seconded by Councillor Coombs. Provost Buchanan.
Amendment.
Deputy Provost Ritchie.
Motion.
Councillor Aitchison. Councillor Alexander. Motion. Councillor Balfour. Motion. Councillor Binney. Councillor Bissett. Councillor Black. Councillor Blackwood. Councillor Bowes. Councillor Coleman. Councillor Colley. Councillor Coombs. Councillor Garner. Councillor Grant. Councillor Harris. Councillor Hughes. Councillor Kerr. Councillor McHugh. Councillor McCluckie. Councillor Meiklejohn. Councillor Monroe. Councillor Murtagh. Councillor Nicholl. Councillor Nimmo. Councillor Patrick. Councillor Reid. And Councillor Spears. Provost, there are 19 votes for the motion, there are 9 votes for the amendment, and the motion is accordingly carried.
Okay, that brings us to the end. I'd just like to thank everybody again, officers and members, for taking part. Thank you very much. It's been a long day, but it's so beneficial for our employees that we take the time and our residents out there. Thank you.